Peace and blessings, family. It's your H.O.K militia coming at y'all. Just wanted to speak to y'all for a second here. See all this madness going on, and we get more into the title and the picture on the front of this in a second. But you know, there's a difference, you know, with this enlightening between being biblically perfect and holy versus the worldly version of perfect and holy. Let me explain what I'm saying, because in this world, you know, you'll hear a lot of people say, ain't nobody perfect, ain't nobody perfect. And perfect by the world's definition, absolutely not. But anybody could do the Father's will. You know what I'm saying? That's the whole thing with this this choice that we given in this life. Anybody can do his will, and his will is perfect. So by doing his will, you become biblically perfect, biblically holy. Like, what is his will? Well, as you gonna see as I go through this lesson, the world is not following his will. You dig what I'm saying? Now, to say that you're doing his will is not to say that you're without sin, because as it is written, he that says he does not sin is a liar, and there is no truth in him. So being perfect is about a biblically, I should say physically and biblically walking in the Most High's light and doing his will in earth. That's what we called to do. And there's some verses, I believe, in Luke 1 and in the gospel where it shows people was seen perfect, like Noah was seen perfect. It wasn't that these brothers and sisters didn't make any mistakes or didn't sin. That's not what they're saying. But it's saying that they were perfected in the Most High's will. Let me ask y'all a question. You know, when you look at like a tree in the forest, when you're looking at nature, you know, is that not perfection? Don't you be like, man, the Most High made this world perfect? When you look up at the moon and at the stars, especially for my flat earthers out there, you know what the stars really are. You can see them wavering behind that water up in the firmament. You look at that, you're like, man, that's perfect. When you see a baby being born, if y'all got kids, you see a child being born. Is that child not perfection? Is that not, I mean, if we're made in the image of the Most High, is that not perfection? The difference is, as we age as humans, because the animals do his will, as you can see, they already have the programming to. But as you see, as us as people, as we get older, we're doing our own will. We're not following. It's like a car. In the manual, it tells you what kind of gas, what kind of oil, everything that you need, and we're doing it all outside of the manual. That Torah is our main manual. You know, not to say it the prophets and the gospel isn't, but it's all built on that foundation. And if you throw that out, which a lot of us have, as I'm gonna show you, but as a lot of us have, then what are you left with? So, just something to think about. And another thing, you got people that are having hatred of any truth and under a strong delusion, because they go hand in hand. And there's a difference from being, you know, in the knowledge, being knowing, being smart, being wise to this, and being an arrogant fool, because it's going to be a lot of that up in here I'm exposed. Because you got a lot of people that is in this thing and just trying to give their people the truth and all love and wisdom, and you got some of them that learn some of these prophecies and learn some Hebrew and learn some truth, and they out there being arrogant. You know what I'm saying? And the thing about it is, you can tell what spirit somebody's in. You know a tree by its fruits. You dig what I'm saying? Examine somebody's message, because you know people like to try to call me out a lot, and I do listen to what they say sometimes. You know, if it holds weight. You know, but I won't just not listen to criticism. You know what I'm saying? But at the same, because I could be wrong. You know what I'm saying? I've been wrong. You know, but when it comes to somebody just trying to troll and tear a brother down, you know, that's not gonna work on this side. The lies ain't gonna work on this side, you know. And a lot of our people actually see the truth as a weapon toward them. You know what I'm saying? I hate to say this, but it reminds you of somebody like a rescue mission. I remember once I seen, I'm not calling nobody a dog, but it was a rescue mission where it was a dog that slid down this, I don't know, it's like a ditch into the running water, and it was just like raining all night, and it was like real cold outside. It was icy, and the dog slipped down the ditch, fell into the icy water, and the rescuer tried to jump in and save the dog, which he did, but it took him a little while because the dog was biting and fighting with him. You know, I guess it was a stray, or it had been stray, and thought somebody was trying to attack it or something. So he was trying to bite, and he finally got it off on the rocks. And you know what I'm saying? And then the animal hospital came and picked it up or whatever. But that's the whole thing, you know. And people see any truth as a weapon, like, and you fight against it when really it's there to help you. Just like that rescuer was there to help the dog. The truth is here to help you. The Most High is putting His spirit on His people to come back and tell you the truth. You know what I'm saying? I mean, you got to understand that at its core. And throughout that, you're going to see other people in the earth doing the same thing. Like I say, when they can't accept the message, they attack the messenger. I want y'all to check out this right here, this brother JC. I showed a clip of him. I can't really show it here. I'm gonna try to mix it up, but basically he a battle rapper, and he came out on this blog and he was basically talking about some history, same time of stuff, you know, I talk about, a lot of people in this walk could talk about. He came out talking about it, and he lost some weight because he's keeping the dietary laws, and people saying he was on crack, people saying he was crazy, everything people call you when you wake up.
Seeing you, I was like, we was chilling, and I didn't think it was nothing out of the ordinary, and I wanted you to just kind of like, you know, let the people know. And I seen you did your joint and you addressed it and things like that. And I just wanted clarification.
Yeah. First of all, for those people, y'all are fucking stupid. Like, y'all are some of the dumbest fucking people. And I mean this. I mean this. If a nigga wanna come up to me and be like, I'm one of them niggas, fine, pull up. I think you niggas are fucking stupid. And I mean that from the most deepest part of my heart. It blows my mind, the narratives y'all create and run with. It blows my fucking mind. Now, one of those interviews was me talking about the Jews. Yeah. Us being the true Jews of the Bible. What that got to do with anything? Yeah. Right? Now, go research anything I said in there. Go watch the blog and research anything I said in the blog. You'll find it to be 100% facts. So then you'll find out what I said in the blog was 100% facts. Then you'll go back and find out, this nigga ain't tripping. This nigga is literally enlightening niggas. I'm telling y'all shit, y'all niggas. Watch me and B-Dot, right? Our post-battle interview, right? And this is no diss to Jay Black. But you can look at Jay Black's face while we're arguing, and you can tell Jay Black has no clue what we're arguing about. Okay. Right? That's y'all. Jay Black just smart enough not to jump out the deep end and say, these two niggas is fucking weirdos, bro. I don't know what the fuck is these niggas. He understand, he just don't know what we talking about. Like, y'all niggas, the fact that y'all have no actual history about who y'all are, who we are, like, it started with the Solomon battle. Like, there was niggas cheering, niggas knew exactly what the fuck I was talking about. But for the niggas who didn't, yeah, I'm out. Yeah, but for the niggas who didn't, they understand that I was enlightening us and bringing us. Yeah, I'm coming. Oh, all right. Yeah, I was letting them know that we as a people have a stronger purpose in this world. Where is that bad in battle rap? You know what I mean? And then to rock with y'all narratives, you say shit like, but he lost weight. I stopped eating certain shit. I lost weight. I stopped eating pork. I stopped eating shrimp, crab, lobster. I stopped eating a lot of shit. So I lost weight. I'm gaining a little bit back. I ain't gonna trip. But I lost weight. So, hey, all weight loss ain't attributed to, like, y'all niggas are fucking stupid. Like, it blows my mind battle rap. You know what I mean? And then to create, to rock with y'all narratives, you say shit like, but he lost weight. I stopped eating certain shit. I lost weight. I stopped eating pork. I stopped eating shrimp, crab, lobster. I stopped eating a lot of shit. So I lost weight. I'm gaining a little bit back. I ain't gonna trip. But I lost weight. So, hey, all weight loss ain't attributed to, like, y'all niggas are fucking stupid. Like, it blows my mind, the background that y'all purport to come from versus the background I believe y'all are actually from. I don't think y'all niggas is from none of this shit. That hood shit y'all act like y'all say y'all from. Anytime a fight go down or some little stupid shit in battle, I see the comments. I see the way you niggas talk. Y'all niggas is not legit. Y'all just not.
So you see here, you know, it's not the whole thing that I need people to rock with me or I need people to believe this. I really want you to go look into it for yourself. Because I do have a different type of page. I do have a different type of channel. You know, I am set apart. I don't deny that, you know. But in my vow I took when I was saying I was going to do this was, I seen a lot of blogs, I seen a lot of channels, I seen a lot of areas where brothers and sisters was putting out information and but it was opinionated or they was kind of rocking with it, like, you know, joking, or which is fine, you know what I'm saying, but those are the channels I used to watch that made me want to get into doing this. And when I seen that they was throwing a lot of their opinion in, sometimes it would be correct, sometimes it wouldn't be so correct. But one thing my people and people in general do not deny is when I say my people are destroyed for lack of knowledge. Still one of my highest viewed video. Because we are destroyed for a lack of knowledge. So I was like, okay, if I do this, I want to have a page where I drop knowledge, and it has to be factual, it has to be truthful. Not saying I have the whole truth, and I even say, hey, this is just what I'm looking into, but I'm gonna have a platform where it's just that. I don't want to be on here 30 minutes telling you how I feel about somebody, how somebody looked at me. That's not important. I want you to get the truth. Because we've been lied to about so much, and there's so many people out here making video. We're in the age of this video making. We're in the age of information, and we also in the age of ignorance. And you got this information highway now, this flood of the dragon. You got a lot of people that can get on camera now, say a few facts, have a little gift to gab, get a little gang, a little following, maybe they always have to do something wild. They do something wild, and boom, next thing you know, these people is, you know, going viral. Everything, you know, everybody talking about them and whatnot. So it becomes like a look at me. We're in the look at me generation. Like, that's what it is. So if I want to break down, people be like, you know, I don't want to preach, I don't want to judge. Well, you make judgments every day. And then people, you know, they have, oh, you think you're better than everybody. Don't you remember that song, Get On My Level? You could never, ever, 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 ever get on my level. So you can, it's cool when you do it like that, but when I'm saying, hey, you keep the Most High's law, he gonna bless you, you gonna be in a better place than you ever was before in life, that shouldn't put you in a better position than where you were. Especially if you're called to be one of the chosen that he's had in the earth, that fit the curses of this book, that fit the prophecies of this book, that the government spends trillions of dollars to try to keep you from reading and keep people like me from telling you this. So just peep game, because these brothers I'm about to get into, and some sisters, they never, you and really most of it is brothers, you know what I'm saying, but you never really see them get taken down. They get taken down, boom, they pop right back up, you know what I'm saying. So let's get into the breakdown of preach. It's from Middle English, from Old French preacher, from Latin predicare, to proclaim, in ecclesiastical Latin preach, from pray before, declare, to declare. So all I'm doing is declaring the truth. I'm not trying to preach at you. You know, really this video, I'm just trying to talk to you. But I'm not trying, that's not my goal here. You know, my goal is to give people the truth, have a platform where, hey, you can just hear the truth here. I'm not going to be going a million miles per hour saying all type of craziness, try to get followers. I'm not going to ask y'all for money. I do appreciate it, but that's not what I'm here for. You know what I'm saying? I'm here to give you the truth, okay?
Judgment right now.
Because we have...
In the name of Jesus.
Oh, thank you, Jesus.
Standing in the office of the prophet of God, I execute judgment on you, COVID-19.
Oh, Ramash.
I execute judgment on you, Satan, you destroyer, you killer. You get out. We break your power. You get off this nation. I demand judgment on you. I demand a vaccination to come immediately.
Yes.
I call you done. I call you gone. You come down from your place of authority, destroyer. You come down and you crawl on your belly like God commanded you when he put his foot on your head.
So, and the thing about it is, like this picture right here show, when you giving that truth, the most kickback I got was from my own people. You know what I'm saying? And it's wild. You really, you know, it might not be your enemy because I give you the truth. You dig what I'm saying? So, truth above everything. It is what it is. You got the devolution of self and being underpriced. Speaking of my people, you know, black people, the indigenous of the earth. It really bothers me, and you know, and you notice if you ever been in the street game or if you ever been in a business transaction or any kind of thing like that, the goal is to get a product and at a price and resell that product and end up, you know, being a middleman to make a little bit of profit. Like if you're selling shoes, if you get a guy to connect for Jordans, you got a guy that's gonna sell X amount to you wholesale, and then you're gonna sell each pair for X amount, and then, you know what I'm saying, that's the basic form of business. You wouldn't get like like, even though we know Jordans are cool and all that, you know what I'm saying, but just using that as an example, if you wouldn't sell a pair, you know, that in the store costs $175, $180. And you might sell it for $150 because maybe you got a good deal on the wholesale, but you would never sell that same pair for $20 or for $30. That's you're underpricing it. That's a devaluing of it, and that's what I see my people doing. Not saying sell yourself, but you can sell yourself short. Cause I've been going through a little thing at the J. You know what I'm saying? That's kind of why I've been. It's like they're making it cool to beg, man. That's all. I don't know. Like they're making it cool to beg, like. That's some roach stuff, man. Like I know females say that's you know, that's some, you know, wicked stuff when fellas come up and boom, all they want to do is get in pants and, you know, and they correct, you know. But on the female side, it's also a trying for a dude when he first meet you cash apping and asking for bills to be paid, and y'all just exchange names and you know, talk for a few days. You know what I'm saying? So it goes both ways on that. You know what I'm saying? But we're underpricing ourselves, because I had to learn, like, man, I'm sitting here, I had a few offers and I was thinking about taking. I'm like, this is less than I make. This is look like harder work than what I'm doing. It may be a better environment, but you know, it's like it wasn't something I was trying to do. You did what I'm saying? And within that, I realized that I'm devaluing myself. I'm underpricing myself. I'm gonna hang in there till I find something else. I mean, like I said, I have found a few, but I'm gonna wait till I find something that, you know, I feel that can, you know, sustain me. And then, you know, I'm working on some things also in the background I'm trying to bring forth. So it's all a give and take within that. But I'm not gonna undervalue myself. I'm not gonna play myself short. I know I'm better than that, and that's why I teach my kids, like when I get angry or whatever, it's not that I'm trying to beat you down or whatever. I know that you can do better. You know. Especially when you're not doing what you're supposed to be doing, you're undervaluing yourself, and I see people all the time. You know, you're gonna see people in this thing that's undervaluing themselves. Okay, because you got some in this thing, like I said, that get this truth and they become overly righteous and they make it seem like a burden. It becomes a burden because they want to burden you with it. Like the scripts say, they'll cast their burdens on you, but they wouldn't help you with a finger. Like they'll go out there and yell at women for not having their head covered. But you don't not understand, our women don't know that came from our people. When you see the Arabic women with their head covered, and I'm telling you, that's a dope look. That's a dope look, like for real. And it came from us. It came from us. You know, reading back the book of Enoch, reading back in the book of Numbers, you know, that our women, you know, they covered their hair, had beautiful hair. It was a respect thing. Like just like even in a marriage, when she comes down the aisle, the man uncovers her, then he kisses her, because you know, he's her covering in that sense. Not to say she shouldn't still have her head covered when praying or prophesying, but that's just the whole thing. You know, it came from us. And they'll sit on the corner and yell at women for that, but now understanding, you know, that they've taught us also to love their culture and know their culture, devaluing ourselves in that manner. So we may have degrees and everything else or whatever, but still not have any knowledge of self. So why not y'all getting money? I know, because all these camps, you know, for the most, I'm not gonna say all, I'm gonna say for the most part that I've seen, you know, money has been an issue at some point. So, you know, I know that they're getting it because I've also received that information. But, you know, go out there with a bin of head covers then. You know what I'm saying? That's how you bring somebody into the fold. That's how you help somebody. You dig what I'm saying? That's how you bring somebody into the fold, and that's how you help somebody. You don't help somebody by just destroying. Yeah, you got to tear down the lies, but you got to build up. Like a wise man said, you're going to either build or destroy. Okay, you can destroy the laws, but you got to build up.
Need to know when we could turn the laws off, the rules and the regulations. So the rules say, honor thy mother, thy father. Now we come with the exception to the rules. Well, I can't honor my mother up until the point when she's the devil and she gave birth to him. Turn around and say, well, she's the devil. Okay, that's dishonor. Because we all know how that resonates with us here. And would I be wrong if I wish death to the white race?
Of course not.
So, would I be wrong if I wish death to your mother?
No.
So would I be wrong if I killed your mother?
No.
Come on, man. What the hell is this, man? So would I be wrong if I killed your mother?
No.
Come on, man. What the hell is this, man? Come on, man. What the hell is this, man?
Is a liar sin? Is a liar sin? Is a liar sin? Prove it. What? Prove it.
You want to go to Exodus and do what the Ten Commandments are?
Show me in Exodus that it says thou shalt not lie.
Exodus 5.
Exodus 5? Show me. Exodus 5. Let's go to Exodus 5.
Yes, the one. That's bear false witness.
Huh? No. Bear false witness is not the same thing as lying. No. Bear false witness means to go into a trial against somebody and lie and say they did something that they didn't do. That's bearing false witness. That's being called. That's being. No. That is. Hold on. That is a lie. That is a lie. But that's not the same thing as lying.
In your life. Have you ever stolen anything?
No, I haven't stolen anything.
Alright. Have you ever used God's name in vain?
No, I haven't used God's name in vain. Here's my question. Your line of questioning, what is the point?
What's the point? When I say all
so
that
who is
sin,
Jesus? I never said I never sinned. I say I don't sin. The lake of fire is not hell. And that has nothing to do with what happens when somebody dies. Nice try. Let's go. Give me that Ecclesiastes.
We're going to one place.
There you go.
Book of Revelation.
Let's see. Let's read the Bible.
All
Let's
adultery.
find out. Listen, yes, shall go into the lake of fire. The lake of fire does not exist right now.
Well, is that a place where you want to be?
No, but that doesn't exist right now, and that's not
Is
somewhere.
that
Hold
a
on,
place
brother.
where you wanna be?
That's not somewhere where you go when you die.
Oh yeah, it is.
Well, let's
There's
read
more
it.
than one
Hold
death.
on. That's the second death that hasn't happened yet.
There
What's
we
the
go.
first death? What's
There
the
we
first
go.
death? What's the first death?
That's when we just naturally die.
No. That's not the first. The first death was the flood. No. That's not the first. The first death was the flood. No. That's not the first. The first death was the flood. When the Lord brought that great destruction on all living beings, that was the first death. The second death is by fire. That's why He made the covenant of the rainbow.
So would I be wrong if I killed your mother?
No.
Come on, man. What the hell is this, man?
So would I be wrong if I killed your mother?
No.
Come on, man. What the hell is this, man? So would I be wrong if I killed your mother?
No.
Come on, man. What the hell is this? So would I be wrong if I killed your mother?
No.
Come on, man. What the hell? So would I be wrong if I killed your mother? No. Come on, man. What the hell is this?
Okay, so you got real versus reality, because you know it's funny. On one side, I have people that'll be like, you look like, I send them a video, they look at the time and the title like, oh man, 3 hours, 2 hours, man, that's a lot of preaching. I don't know if I got time. Like, can you condense it for me or whatever? And it's like, it's not that I'm trying to knock, any of that, but like I said before, you know how I get down on here. I gotta show you everything. I'm gonna show you the geneticist side, archaeological side. I'm gonna let the clips play, because but I have found a lot of other channels, and some of these channels are good. They're like decent channels. I got some clips on here from them, and they don't let enough of the clip play. Like, they'll let a clip play, and sometimes I'll do that in certain sections, but for the most part, I give y'all, pretty long clip. I let the person talk. They'll let the person talk for like 10 seconds, cut them off, and then say why that person's wrong or why this is wrong, but not letting the whole, minute and a half play, and then breaking it down, and I'm gonna show here, and there's things that I leave out, not, to try to, hide information or whatever, but it's because I try to use what I can use to keep the videos up as well, you know what I'm saying? Because every clip, sometimes it'd be a very important clip, they won't let me use it, they'll take me down. Like Vlad, I love to just use a couple clips to show y'all, but if I do, there's some I can, but there's the ones I really would like to, is not gonna let me, because he's part of that conglomerate. I'm always on here exposing, so but I have to show y'all the reality. I'm not trying to show y'all people cussing, acting a fool just to be sensational, because some people do sensationalize the truth. They just make it, and you gotta do this, and the world's ending, and you better get in line, and they want people like, it ain't about that. If you know what's coming, then you're not gonna panic. That's what I'm understanding of. But some people take that and they sensationalize, and they also do that for views and clicks and likes. Like, oh man, you see this? They were showing people getting shot and this. I don't do it for that, but I have gotten in trouble for that in the past. So, but at the same time, I'm not doing it to try to entice you to go back into the world or anything like that. I'm exposing the real world to you, because when we send our kids out there and everything, this is the world that they're gonna see. You have to be ready for this, because all they trying to do is keep us entertained.
That's why they pay athletes these fantastic salaries. I was listening to the radio the other day. They just contracted to pay one player on one team $6 million a year. Can you believe this?
And why is that?
It's the Roman circus. What does the emperor do when the people become restive, and when the people are asking questions, and when the people don't like the policies of the emperor? He sends them to the circus. He creates a circus. He builds a giant coliseum. And he begins to throw the Christians to the lions. And he has great chariot races and football games and basketball games, all to keep the idiots preoccupied with things that don't mean anything in the scheme of the entire world, so that they don't have the time to learn what the truth is, so they don't ever get smart enough to learn how they're being manipulated, so they don't ever question the emperor. That's why they pay a player on a football team or a baseball team $1 million or $2 million or $3 million a year. It is the Roman circus. I know men who don't know anything in the world except who plays third base for the Mets. And they think that's a great accomplishment. And they meet and pat each other on the back and bond and go have cocktails and talk about what this guy that plays third base for the Mets did in last night's game. It's sad. It's really sad.
Is there any room in a kind of society where these manipulations are not this type of entertainment or any type of entertainment at all?
If people understand that a game is a game, if people understand that nobody, no matter what they do, is worth paying $2 or $3 million a year for. People should be able to get rich if they want to, by the sweat of their individual labor. Okay? By going out and doing something for the world. Not by taking people's minds away from the emperor. It's a game. Football's a game. But let me tell you something. When 150 of the most powerful men and women in the world can meet in secret in Baden-Baden, Germany, and plot the fate of billions, and nobody even cares about it. But 6 football players go to lunch together, and it's in the headlines across the country. You have a reflection of the society in which that exists. And it is a sick, sick society that is doomed.
Confronted liberalism. So that's why the NAACP has never started a big business, because the Jews finance it. And you can fight, but here's the way you Negroes gotta fight. You fight for the right to vote. You fight to desegregate the lunch counters, the hotels, so we can have access to money that we didn't have access to under segregation. So break down the bars. Come on, Negroes. Come on and march. Sit in, kneel in, wade in. Come on, Negroes. So now you can go to the Marriott, but who owns it? You can go to the Hilton. You can go to the fine restaurants, but who owns it? You can go to the supper clubs, but who owns it? See, you have been broken as a people by a smart, crooked deceiver. Look at what Brother Malcolm said. Let me just say a word about the Jews and the black man. The Jew is always anxious to advise the black man, but he never advises him how to solve the problem the way the Jews solve their problem. Y'all love Brother Malcolm? Listen to your brother. The Jew never went sitting in, crawling in, sliding in, freedom riding, like he teaches and helps Negroes to do. The Jews stood up, the Jews stood together, and they use their ultimate power, the economic weapon. That's exactly what the Honorable Elijah Muhammad is trying to teach black men to do.
As I may have been complicit in words that I spoke leading up to February 21st, I acknowledge that and regret that any word that I have said caused the loss of life of a human being.
Oz could no longer hold back 35 years of anguish.
Indeed, the FBI probably had something to do with it. But we have to say that adult men between the ages of 20 and 40, black faces, who chose to put a trigger in their hands and unload until it was empty, have to be culpable. You can't keep pointing the finger because my father was not killed from a grassy knoll. And I have sisters who are spun out into this environment as tumbleweed, unhealed. We knew to stay silent because as a child, I thought it could happen to me. That if I spoke up or said something, they'd take my mother, they'd take one of us. I got to hear reports of the traitor deserved it, so it never could go away. Those reports didn't come from the government. Those reports did not come from the police. They came from the tan and brown and black faces that once claimed themselves as family members.
Y'all love Brother Malcolm? Listen to your brother.
So as you see, you know, they put these leaders in place and they all connected. They all connected to that same system. You dig what I'm saying? So this has to go to the four corners without excuse. Now, though I show you some raw clips, I try to keep it professional on here for the most part. You know, we joke and we do our thing, but this is what it is. It's trying to give y'all the actual facts on what's being held from us and what they not showing. You dig what I'm saying? I could come raw. Sometimes I want to come around like this brother here.
You should have knew this was coming, cake ass nigga. Fuck Christmas, bitch ass nigga. Fake ass, bullshit ass, pagan ass holiday. All you bitch ass niggas run out to celebrate. Didn't even lie to your kids. Got them thinking some fat white man way up north using slave labor in a sweatshop to make gifts and deliver them all over the world in one night. Bitch ass nigga. Bullshit ass day derived from a Roman day called Saturnalia, where all the men gave gifts, got drunk, and fucked each other in the ass. Bitch ass nigga. Jesus wasn't born on no motherfucking December 25th. Find it, bitch ass nigga in the Bible. And any of you fake woke black ass niggas who celebrate Christmas is just contributing to the demise of your own people, bitch ass niggas. That's why you bitch ass niggas always be slaves, forever celebrating some bullshit ass belief system or custom that the master gave your bitch ass. As a man thinketh and believes, so shall he be, bitch ass niggas.
But I don't want to do that, you know what I'm saying? Because in that sense, it can, you know, I'm trying to give you the actual facts on it, you know, even though what he's saying is true. If I'm showing you, like in my holiday video, where it came from in paganism, what they was doing before, how it became what it is today, how it's been anti-biblical from its conception, then you can't just say, oh, I turned it off because he said F Christmas. You can't say that. You dig what I'm saying? And another thing is, you know, I put this clip out and I want to talk about this a little bit in here, dealing with the so-called Hispanics and so-called Latinos. Check this out.
Believe whatever you say, I follow your lead. So now you believe I do what I say and I say what I mean, nigga. I'm woke.
True the kings who we be, gotta love it, man. Shining after that northern kingdoms in honey, man. About to fight it, baby, living in the end of day. Whoa. Whoa, yeah. True the kings who we be, gotta love it, man. Shining after that northern kingdoms in honey, man. About to fight the business, living in the end of day. Whoa, whoa, yeah.
keeping it straight. What's the cause for debate? Probably on the Fed.ca. Niggas, religion, women, and offering play.
You sure this is gonna work? Well, trust me, okay? Just follow my lead, okay? There. 1, 2. Bob. Weave. Come on, man. You're not focusing.
Sorry about that, man. I was just thinking about this rap song that I wrote last night. What rhymes with bruiser?
Loser. And that's what you gonna be if you don't start focusing. Now let's do this. Come on, Roy. Let's go, baby. Come on. Yeah. Hold up. I said, cállate la boca. Okay. I thought that. Grande cabeza. Mira que coco pelado. Ay, cabeza de papa. Who are you? Okay. Tell me. I say. Feliz Navidad. Feliz Navidad. Feliz Navidad. Quiero años felicidad.
He said he's a professional rapper. He's trying to come in and move. Okay, let's keep moving. Right there. Aquí.
Playing games with the speed bag.
Only the smart ones we move up. That makes it even worse. We have to move them up. If we leave a smart one in the ghetto, he might develop a leader against them.
Southside militia, you know what I'm talking about? VIP section. Feel like the hardest bread from the litter. Going fast, stay head since the fed on a nigga. This is what I read in the red scriptures. Judah ain't getting no rest from the system. City full of crooks, I'm scared of a villain. Well, they still lay on out for a check of commission. Still ride to the check on the edges, outside to the chest in the temple. Blessed by credentials. The Abba, I forward them to corporate. Had to glide through that water like a swordfish. East 22 Park Road and Corpus. Gotta keep these lights on in the porch lit. And the sword nearby. Look for clear sky. Through the tears cry. Even if you ain't seen, you'll hear about it. Separate the fake niggas from the real doctrine. I can feel it in the air, Mr. Phil Collins. That's a lot for those thinking that the hand's slow. Went to a full house from a bando. I ain't never had love for you Sambos. Whites try to kill us all using black code. Then we fell for Obama in them track phones. I ain't trying to go platinum, folk. How you said he'll make a man go. Last week Nick Cannon got fired for a race where they want a nigga cannon to fire. Who won't beat the cattle suppliers? Putting in work like how can I retire? Showing out, I don't care who booked me. Last seen on surveillance in the champion hoodie. Told him this shit, my finances in order. Stocking up gallons of water running south of the border. Those who talk the most be the least lethal. I don't beat around the bush, these streets evil. Hazmat round me, I'ma speak geek. We don't need features, trying to be peaceful. I could be petty, but I seen how they kill our Dr. Sebi. Just hopped in the Chevy, behind that 5% heavy. Knocking this melody, talking already. VIP section. You know what I'm saying? It's true ain't for everybody. You know somebody's the VIP section. Stop inviting everybody up here, man. You know what I'm saying? They can't slip on these bottles, you feel me? They can't ride with the best of the best. You know what I'm talking about? The cream of the crop. You know, the remedy. You dig what I'm talking about?
So, as I've showed before, not everybody that calls themselves so-called Latino, so-called Hispanic is so-called Latino, so-called Hispanic. Do you understand what I'm saying? Because Hispanic and Latino, especially Hispanic, they both mean property of Spain. It dealing with Spain, and Latin is the Roman ruler. There were Aboriginal people here. We went over that in the Azareth video about Azareth. You dig? Dealing with 2nd Esdras 13. So there were Aboriginal people here. There have been Hebrew artifacts here found, and they're all of that. You know what I'm saying? But not everybody is part of that cloth. Or even if you look at the slave ships, most of the slave ships went to South America and Central America. Mexico fought a whole war with Spain behind slavery. So you got to understand the history of these areas and what was the history concerning it. Like, and there was a law in Texas, you know, where I'm from, that if a slave was to make it past the south border to Mexico, he'd be free. Mexico wasn't sending us back. So I was reading stories about, there's a lot, I'm not far from the border, so there was a lot of people that was on the border and went and got their freedom from stepping across that state line, that country line into Mexico. So there's a lot of history behind that, you know what I'm saying? And when you have knowledge of that, then you understand that. But you have to understand also that they were down there from 1492 and until the slave ships hit the coast here at beginning in 1619 in the Americas. But you gotta understand, they hit down there first. So, you know, through that, just like it's happening today with the slave master raping the slave women, they was also raped by the conquistadors. So some of us, or some of people that identify as black or whatever, some of them absolutely are black, or Judah, or Southern Kingdom, or what have you, where they say Jamaican, West Indies, whatever, because all the difference is a boat stop. Okay, not to mention, like I said, we throw 2nd Esdras chapter 13 in there. But the thing about that also is that the Spanish that was raping and dealing with those women, they had a lot of them, they understand if they came from the Aboriginal stock, the Tainos, the Indigenous, the Aztec, the Mayans, or if they came from the Spaniards, the Portuguese, the so-called Edomite that came across on those slave ships. Okay, we're talking about the people being financed by the Catholic Church. Okay, so you have a lot of that in there. So that's where the kickback comes, because just like our people, there's some of our people that will side with the other nation, our other nations against our people. So that's where the whole divide comes. You know, they dealt with both tribes. This is in Ezekiel 35. He said, these two kingdoms will be mine. So he mixed and raped and mixed himself throughout both of the kingdoms. Okay, but that's why I always say, get into, you know, they say, well, how do you identify the forefathers, man? The forefathers and the curses and the customs that their fathers held. That's it. Once you understand that, there's no reason to argue and debate. Okay, so yeah, this is gonna be a party for Baal's ball. You dig what I'm saying? You see the picture here. And this is what they ultimately want from us. They want us to be the whores and the sodomites. Why? Because this is a breakdown of the home. This is a breakdown of the people. Simple. You get people to destroy themselves. You don't have to destroy them. And we've been systematically programmed to destroy ourselves. We even glorify it. What do you mean? Have you not seen media lately? Have you not seen any videos lately? Have you not seen what's been going on even throughout all this turbulence with our people? So, you know, and again, this is what they want from us. You know, sexual depravity and entertainment. That's what it boils down to. And using us as hard labor. Still, until this day, we think the prison industrial system is. So I'm gonna explain the party for Baal, because it's like, okay, well, why would you do that? Why would you throw a party for Baal? There's a good reason why I would do that, and I'm gonna show you right here. Okay, in 2 Kings, I'm doing what Jehu did, 10:18 through 28. It's the only scripture I'm gonna read, then we're gonna dive into these clips, all right? So y'all pay attention, all right? Because I'm showing you what's going on at Baal's party. Because when people defend this world, I don't mean to keep stopping, but when people defend this world, I want to show them what they're defending. Why I speak out against this, why I do this, because I actually care about my people. I care about the knowledge. I care about the truth. I care that people get it. Even those outside of that who he's called to hear it. I care yes, I care about that. I don't know one person that likes lies, but we love liars. So yeah, there must be some among us that love lies, right? So, and Jehu gathered all the people together and said unto them, Ahab served Baal a little, but Jehu shall serve him much. So Ahab, going back to you men, you know, Ahab was dealing with Jezebel. Ahab was what we would call a simp, a beta male, all of that. Now, he did repent and return at one point, but he went right back to his old ways. How many times have we seen that? It's easy to go back to the old ways. Supposed to elevate, right? But he said, Jehu said he'll serve him even more, serve Baal even more than Ahab. But let's see if there's a twist to this though. Now therefore call unto me all the prophets of Baal, all his servants, and all his priests. Let none be wanting, for I have a great sacrifice to do to Baal. Whosoever shall be wanting, he shall not live. But Jehu did it subtly, to the intent that he might destroy the worshippers of Baal. So what that verse is saying is that he's like, hey, we gonna have a feast. It's gonna be enough to eat. You're not gonna want no more food. And if you do want one something, we gonna kill you because you tripping, because it's gonna be that much, you know what I'm saying, that much food here. You know what I'm saying? And he sent through this message all throughout he sent this message all throughout Israel. So he did it subtly because he wanted to see who's worshiping Baal. It's kind of like putting the Bakar out there, so to speak. Even though we know they use that against us, but if we were keeping the law, we wouldn't have to worry about it. Matter of fact, we could turn around and expose it if we was keeping the law and say, why you keep leaving us here? You trying to set us up? You know what I'm saying? But the thing about it is we don't look at it as something important that we should do, keeping this law. Because if they heard that message, they should have been going to CJ, who like, what are you talking about? You doing part for Baal? But they was already doing, so he's like, okay, so since you doing this, I'm gonna throw this. But this gonna be your last chance. If they would have refused it, they would have kept their lives. If they would have refused the flesh, are you listening to me, fellas? You would have refused the flesh, you would have saved your lives. So just peep game right here. You know what I'm saying? Let's go to the ladies too that's dealing with that. You know what I'm saying? It's all true. Okay. And Jehu said, proclaim a solemn assembly for Baal. So Baal's party, Baal's ball. And they proclaimed it. So they was like, oh yeah, we in that thing. You know, 21 and up, you know, BYOB, all that. You dig what I'm saying? And Jehu sent through all Israel, and all the worshippers of Baal came, so that there was not a man left that came not. And they came into the house of Baal, and the house of Baal was full from one end to the other. So they had a temple for Baal. Just like the churches that you see today, they are just modern temples for Baal, because they take little bits of history out of our book and use that and created Christianity. Just dealing with Constantine and Nicaea and all that, whitewashing the Messiah, whitewashing Moses, David, everybody down to Adam, and then presenting that to the people as this is the truth. And that's why a lot of people are turned off, because that's what they see it as, even subliminally. You got people in the walk that'll share pictures like that. That's part of the great deception. It's more than them just trying to colorize it to look like something that is familiar with them. I used to think that too. It's deeper than that, way deeper. Okay, it has a lot to do with their wickedness. All right, where are we at? They wanted themselves to be presented as God. We got to remember that. That was Satan's promise to man. They had to present themselves as God. That's where the whole Caesar, Bocher, all that stuff comes from. So, and Jehu sent through all Israel, and all the worshippers of Baal came, so that, okay, I read that. So from one end to the other. So let's get it. And he said unto them that that was over the vestry, bring forth vestments for all the worshippers of Baal. And he brought them forth vestments. Then Jehu went, and Jehonadab the son of Rechab, into the house of Baal, and said unto the worshippers of Baal, search and look that there be here with you none of the servants of the Lord. So not the ones that serve in the Most High, the higher, but the worshippers of Baal only. So only the worshippers of Satan. Okay. And when they went in to offer sacrifices and burnt offerings, Jehu appointed 80 men without, and said, if any of the men whom I have brought into your hands escape, he that letteth him go, his life shall be for the life of him. So he got all his men together and said, don't let nobody leave, or you'll pay for their life with yours. And they brought forth the images out of the house of Baal and burned them. And they break down the image of Baal and break down the house of Baal and made it a drought house until this day. Thus Jehu destroyed Baal out of Israel. So he got them, and then he destroyed the images. So I'm not throwing this party saying that's subliminally what I'm gonna do. It's a spiritual thing. I'm not finna get out in the street and get physical, man. Come on, man. We gotta be getting ready for that second Exodus. You dig what I'm saying? So got two precepts to that. You dig? Jeremiah 51 and 39. In their heart I will make their feasts, and I will make them drunken, that they may rejoice and sleep a perpetual sleep and not wake, saith the Most High. So he's saying in their heart, he's gonna make your feast, because that's the thing, he gives you the desires of your heart. If you desire to do wicked, he'll give you up to that wickedness. If you desire to go out here and just act a fool, you know, whether you want to be with this person, that person, act, you know, go to this club, that club, not take care of your kids, and, you know, worried about fashion and what you got on, because I'm gonna show a lot of that through here. Deadbeat parents on both sides, especially that in today's age, when it's recognized how far we fell from doing that activity, from not keeping the home together. Keeping the home together is chore. It is dealing with all type of stuff. We gonna get into it though. But yeah, he's gonna give you a feast. You're gonna be drunk. Just like the beast is drunk with the blood of the saints, you're gonna be drunk. And then what's gonna happen to you? Perpetual sleep, man. You don't want to wake up. So it is what it is, man. Proverbs 14:12. There is a way which seemeth right unto a man, but the end thereof are the ways of death. And this is one of the first scriptures I knew even before I came into this walk. I knew that there's when I ran into that scripture, that's why I love Proverbs and Psalms. I ran to that scripture, I'm like, yeah, there was a lot of things. I was like, man, this is cool. We can, you know, you can do this. I'll give you an example. Like selling, let's say herbal products, you know what I'm saying? Just herbal products, you know, and you can sell it, you can get, you got, let's say you got to connect, you got this, you got the call, you got the stash, you got everything right. You know, you put down money, you don't owe nobody, you ain't doing no consignment, you're buying it outright, selling it outright, ringing up, you're doing what you're supposed to do, right? Selling herbal products. I don't want to indict anybody who is wrong, knowing that they're wicked, knowing that they're satanic. Let's just put it all the way out there, they satanic, but they put them out there, build them all the way up in order to bring down not just the Christianity, but to bring down the Bible with it, because a lot of people connect the two. You know, they're not connected. If you know anything, they're not, you know what I'm saying? But that's their goal, and it's very subtle.
No. No. No, it's not okay, Barbara. It's not okay. You cannot defend him. It's not okay. Do you see what he just did? No, Barbara. No, Barbara, I'm tired of you. No, I'm tired of you now. No, absolutely not. Do you? I know, that I understand. I get it.
We are not going to fucking talk. I came in here and I told you sit back. I told you we are not here to argue with you. Why did you fucking attack her? Why did you attack her? Can you come down? I'm not gonna come down because you started this. Here, let me go. You're gonna go to the other room and you're not gonna come out.
Barbara, what about that one?
Fuck you up. I'm telling you.
Barbara, that folder.
That's the divorce document.
Get up and go to your fucking room.
No.
I don't know what the fuck is wrong
Barbara,
with you.
move.
Keep acting up, I'll fuck you up. No, try me. Alright. Try me. Okay. Try me. Alright. Try me.
No, sorry. Why? It was unnecessary.
Don't give me the chance to bring these things.
Don't do that, Barbara. What if you keep me by yourself?
But isn't this the same sister that you fucked up? What did I fuck up about my sister? What did I fuck up about my sister?
Perry, what did I tell you? Let him go in the room. Perry.
Perry, leave him alone.
You should go. You don't need this right now. Okay. Alright. You are the same person who supported me at the wedding, right? I was supporting you at the wedding because you were fake. You were fake. You were lying.
Perry.
You were fake. You and everybody that follows you. You were fake. I supported you because I thought you were different. So now you are not like your family. Your sister. Yes, I'm here to support
the
my
same sister. And I always the pastor told you that she was a witch.
Which pastor?
Name that
pastor. Name that pastor. Which pastor told you my sisters?
The same sisters.
Which pastor? Name the pastor. You are a pastor. You. You don't know whether you are or not you are a pastor, my friend. Get the fuck out of here before I fuck you up. We didn't come here for you. We did not come here for you. Don't let me hurt you. Leave. We didn't come here for you. We came to get something.
Can I promise you something?
Promise me.
If I don't kill your sister,
then me, I am stupid. You got the video, right?
Yeah, I got it.
I call the cops.
No.
No, call the cops. Then, no.
Barbara, stop that.
Tanya, You don't play with threats like this. Jen, I'm calling the cops. No, you don't play with threats. Please call the cops. It should escalate. He's threatening you in front of me. He said he's going to kill you. What are you waiting for? What are you waiting for?
All right, just make sure it's there so we can go. If that's it, let's go. Let's just get the hell out of here.
Is it it? Yeah. Okay.
Make sure it's... Let's get out of here. We ain't coming here no more, Bobby. You lost all...
You heard what he said?
Is there anything else you need to get? Bobby, we're done.
Whatever you want to get.
Yeah, we're done. You lost all this.
No, I'm going to come back for it.
You're going to come back for what? No, it's okay. It's okay, Barbara. It's another debt that can be paid off. Debt is debt. You cannot replace debt with life, and vice versa. It's gone. This ain't yours no more. Imagine if you come here by yourself.
Even with us over here, he still attacked you. Fabian, don't play with these things.
Why is this a joke
You
to
may
you?
not want to have him arrested, but you have to make a police report. You have to have a police report for future sake. The police need to make a report.
No, I'm going to use this so you can get a restraining order.
Yeah. And make sure he's not coming in. Can you come look for my glasses, Fabian? Look for my glasses so I can make sure he's not coming in. It fell over there when we scuffled.
Watch your car. Make sure he's not getting in.
Oh, I'll fuck him up.
Don't go outside. Just look.
Bitch, where is my money? You've been late 4 times, I've been counting. How many times must I smack you before you act right? 1, 2, 2 smacks!
God said, I'm not giving you 2008 for you not to be a tither. Say amen to that. Amen. Say amen to that. Know what to say amen to. Amen. Some of y'all are indicted because you're ignorant of what to say amen to. Amen. Say amen to that. Amen. Amen. When the pastor tells you what the word says, you can stand on it. Amen. Amen. God says become a tither. God says become a tither. Some of us think that when the word says, amen, tithes and offerings, they think it's either tithes or offering. Amen. And so they elect to give something, but it doesn't come to the true tithe. A tithe is a tenth. Amen, amen, amen. God says he wants a better Beulah in the area of tithes and offerings. Beulah in the area of tithes and offerings. Beulah in the area of tithes and offerings.
Bitch, where is my money?
Amen. Amen. Do you know a small fraction of this congregation carries the weight and the load for the entire church?
Rich, where is my money?
Let me see if you can say amen to that.
Let me see if you can say amen to that.
God says, be better. Somebody shout better. God says, stop nickeling and diming me.
Rich, where is my money?
God says, stop nickeling and diming me. God says, stop nickeling and diming me.
Rich, where is my money?
When I'm keeping your heart beating and the blood running warm through your veins, keeping you clothed in your right mind, letting you wake up and then helping you to get up. God says, be better. Be better. Be better. Be better. Now listen, you haven't given an offering until you first pay your tithe. An offering is anything over and above your tithes. Amen. Now listen, you haven't given an offering until you first pay your tithe. You haven't given an offering until you first pay your tithe.
You haven't given an offering until you first pay your tithe. First pay your tithe. Tithe.
An offering is anything over and above your tithes. Amen. Once you take care of the tithe, then anything extra becomes an offering. Can I get a witness? Big on shouting, big on running, big on dancing. But you're puny on giving. Puny on giving.
But you're puny on giving.
So you see, this is what they do. They build it up in order to tear it down. You know, that's the whole we came, we saw, we conquered. You know, this is how they have operated. This is how they continue to operate. And we got to be the ones to wise up to it. And being wise is not jumping up and running into the community. Okay, I'll tell y'all that right now. And what I speak here, what I show here, it isn't going to be from my own interpretation. I'm going to show you from these brothers' mouth what they say and how they feel, how they act. Because, and I just want to put this out there before I go into it. As men, and especially as women can understand this about other women. This is men can understand this about other men. Once you see it's a certain way that somebody carries themselves, that they think that they operate in, it shows you that you need to separate from that person. That's what you need to do. Because a lot of times we'll see something in somebody, and don't get me wrong, people make their mistakes. I ain't talking about like that, but they sit up there and they show how they really are, how they really feel, and we still want to rock with them. We'll see it. Like, if your partner's a thief, he can't stop stealing. Everywhere he job, he go, every place he go, he's stealing. But you gonna invite him in your house because he gonna respect y'all friendship? So, this the whole thing. We jump from the frying pan into the fire. We see that the Christian church was wrong, so we just throw the Bible out with it. It's because they use a couple scriptures out of there. Just a couple. And twist the rest of them that they use, and we'll jump into Kemet. And these brothers, like I said, totally out of line, totally out of order. And people will see that and still want to invite these brothers into their house, invite these brothers their doctrine and their gospel that they're preaching, because it's their gospel that they're preaching. It had nothing to do with the Bible. But it's like it says, I believe in Thessalonians, that having a knowledge of God, but not keeping his ways. Like, they have a knowledge, and they also have a zeal, and we also have the gift of gab. It's also written that we have the gift to speak. And they'll say a couple gods and we're gods, and doesn't the Bible say that thou, aren't thou gods? And people will just run with it instead of looking at what these brothers and sisters are really saying. So my thing is, you, like I was saying earlier, you know how somebody moves. If you see how these people is moving wickedly, and you still decide to follow them, you still decide, oh, I'm just gonna keep this from them. That's fine if they speak something real, but you gotta understand that spirits have a way of attaching on people. You dig what I'm saying? Like, that's why it says, like in the Bible, if you hang around an angry man, this man's always angry. Like, you don't think that those spirits of anger is gonna leash on to you. You hang around. That's why I say misery loves company, because they want somebody to. They just in the poop part. Not to say it's gonna be times where you feel best times. I do. I feel like I don't want to be around. I want to talk. Not that I'm, finna get violent or nothing, but it's just like, hey, we need that time to chill. We need that break. But these brothers is not that. And I say, and I'm doing this big disclaimer. I said I wasn't gonna do it, but I'm doing that because how you carry yourself as a man depicts your life, man. How you carry yourself as a woman depicts your life. And the fact that these brothers is highly exalted, I know our people are destroyed, but I'm gonna cover more of that in the end. Let me show you these videos, all right? Because brothers and sisters gotta understand, COINTELPRO 2020 is here. It's not coming, it's here. I believe a lot of these brothers agents. I'm gonna let you decide which is which, but either way, even if they're not governmental agents, they are definitely satanic agents. Definitely. So y'all peep game, because my Israelite brothers is watching this. They're gonna group us in with these people, because they gotta group all the Black Awakening all together. They group the Israelites with the Moors and all this. This is because they got brothers like this that's leading our people astray. So y'all check this out. And make it fit all these different places that it doesn't really fit.
Before they become goddesses or
we
gods.
Can't use that damn Bible because that Bible don't have
what
a
you using
that Bible don't have a place for the black woman. That's why we gotta get rid of that damn Bible.
Now you asking a question, let them talk. What are you using to educate your woman in order for her to become God?
Primarily common sense and deviation from them damn religious doctrines that keep us away from the greatness of our black woman.
What you using?
I'm using New Covenant Common Customs.
I'll teach you how to testiculate my way.
What is the source behind those customs?
Common Customs is a calculative system that precipitates
What is the system?
Do you secrete a reading dysfunction? Do you have problems putting your words in a colostomy bag?
The system is created by process of differentiation and integration. I'm gonna break it down. Basically, just and integration. I'm gonna break it down because you basically could just keep asking me why.
Why? Breaking it down.
I am breaking it down each time you ask me.
You're not giving the
but what you're doing,
source.
I want you to realize before I use four words, you cut me off to ask another question, and I'm gracious. I'm humble.
Patiently, come on.
I've been humble to answer each one of your times. I told you, New Covenant Common Customs.
A perverted deviant by using one of my own penal implants.
Then you went on to ask me what that was. So I said Common Customs is a calculus system that precipitates culture.
You see, you're conjectulating your verbs and reaming your fibula. Impeach me.
Then you start to ask me what that was. Now I'm explaining it to you. And I'm going to explain the words too. By process of integration and differentiation, we're able to find the value of smaller things and factorials of those equivalents, thus granting us permutations that in turn...
I think it was Plato, Plato, who stuck to the wall when he said one must put his transvestite in jeopardy if one wants to become a cunning linguist.
Equivalents, thus granting us permutations that in turn show us how to engage in the least adverse effects from the decisions that we make.
Shut up, suppress your defecation.
Now, what does this mean? Common sense is what I told you at first. Now I'm giving you the scientific approach, since common sense didn't work. When I told you common sense, you said, hold on, brother, when I said common sense, you had a problem. So now I took it to science. Okay. Now, the science of what I'm saying is this. If one thing works for us and two things work for us, but when we put three things together, it's not working for us. When we put three things together and it don't work, then we realize we might have to take one thing out, maybe leave those two in. We might have to take two things out, leave one thing in, those two in. We might have to take two things out, leave one thing in. This is called differentiation and integration. And what I'm talking about is permutations. What's permutations? I'll explain to you. You might have a blue shirt, a red shirt, a green shirt, and a black shirt. You might have white pants, blue pants, and black socks.
Oh, hell no!
You might have yellow socks and green socks. Listen to me carefully. I'm listening to you. Because you're laughing, and that's why the information gonna slip you. I'm listening to you, bro. When I ask the question,
What kind of shit is that?
My thing is y'all need to. What happened? On August the 21st of 2019, this summer, I want to have a grand opening of the FDMG building, Team Pan-African headquarters. I want to have a conference. I want music. I want fashion show. I want seminar. I want yoga class. I want African language. I want a musical concert. Right across the street, we got a big park. We want to rent that out and do a big park, a big celebration with food and festivals and activities for the children with over 100 vendors. It is a tour of the inside of the school. You don't get to see as much of it as I would have liked you to, because the lighting is not on in the school. We have to get that turned on. I have to go to the electric and gas company on Monday. Memphis, Tennessee, October 5th. So we got back-to-back Memphis. Back-to-back Memphis. King Kong consciousness. Notorious RBG. Most requested black scholar in the world. Not America, not South America, not Asia, not Europe, not Australia. I said the whole damn planet. You're talking to the most requested black scholar on the whole damn planet. 10 years and counting. You can't stop me. Run those donations. Where those donations at? Cash.me/$ school. Run them donations. Cash.me/$ FDMG school. It's a movement. I recommend that you build a spiritual altar. I recommend that you build a spiritual altar. I recommend that you build a spiritual altar. All you need is a table or a bookshelf or a tabletop or a little corner on the floor. Get you a white sheet. A white sheet. The color white does not represent European people. There's no such thing as white people. There's melanated and non-melanated people. That's it. There's no such thing as white people. There's people with color and people without color. That's it. White represents the white light of, and then go right to bed. When you know you're about to lay down, that's when you ask the question. Don't get distracted. If you know you're about to go to bed, not have no sex or none of that, you're about to go to bed. Lay down, ask your ancestors your questions, go to sleep. Spirit talks to us through dreams. That is an African tradition. And I also recommend this is my spiritual journal. I record all spiritual coincidences in this book. I record all spiritual coincidences in this book. It stays on my ancestral altar. I'm not going to show it to you because this is between me and my ancestors. Okay? But this is a book I have. It has all my spiritual coincidences in here. I keep track of them, and you should write down your dreams. I write my dreams in here. I write my synchronicities in here. I write my coincidences in here, and then I go back and review them because dreams, synchronicities, and coincidences are your ancestors' way of trying to communicate to you. If you don't write them down, you won't be able to connect the dots. If you don't write them down, you won't be able to connect the dots. If you don't write them down, you won't be able to connect the dots. So get you a nice little book and record a spiritual journal. This is my spiritual journal. You need one as well. Okay. And it would hurt to have a staff. This has my G and Yami symbol because with the staff, we tap the floor 3 times. 1, 2, 3. And call the ancestors. You call your ancestors' names. Father Bailey, 1, 2, 3. Grandma Selah, 1, 2, 3. Grandma Jenny, 1, 2, 3. Grandma Betsy, 1, 2, 3. Grandma Young Betsy, 1, 2, 3. Grandpa Stephen, 1, 2, 3. Grandma Caroline, 1, 2, 3. Grandpa George, 1, 2, 3. Grandma Annie, 1, 2, 3. Grandma Caroline, 1, 2, 3. Grandma Vivian, 1, 2, 3. Grandpa Cicero, 1, 2, 3. Grandma Ida, 1, 2, 3. Grandpa James, 1, 2, 3. Uncle Clifford, 1, 2, 3. Cousin Shanika, 1, 2, 3. Great-great-grandpa Gertrude, 1, 2, 3. Great-great-grandpa Charlie, 1, 2, 3. Great-grandmom Curly, 1, 2, 3. Great-grandpa Robert Shoemake Jr., 1, 2, 3. Great-great-grandpa Robert Shoemake Sr., 1, 2, 3. Great-great-grandma Emma Hollinger, 1, 2, 3. Great-great-grandma Delia, 1, 2, 3. Great-great-grandpa Isaac, 1, 2, 3. Great-great-grandma Eileen, 1, 2, 3. Great-grandpa William Thomas Tillman, 1, 2, 3. Uncle Billy, 1, 2, 3. Grandma Betty Jean Shimmick, 1, 2, 3. Uncle Eric, 1, 2, 3. Uncle Dennis, 1, 2, 3. Uncle Nancy, 1, 2, 3. Ashe, ashe, ashe. And you spill the water. Spill the water on your plant. Spill the water. 3 taps. 3 taps. Ah. My incense is starting to get to me. So you do your 3 taps, right? I'm not crying. It's just the incense. My incense got stronger when I start calling the ancestors, right? And then after you do your 4 ancestral lines, then you call your African racial ancestors, right? Your African racial ancestors, okay? I'm going to do an oral live, Marcus Messiah Garvey, Henry Highland Garnett, Harriet Tubman, Fannie Lou Hamer, Ida B. Wells, 1, 2, 3. Shaka Kasensa Kakona, 1, 2, 3. Robert Purvis, 1, 2, 3. Martin Luther King, 1, 2, 3. El Hajj Malik El Shabazz, 1, 2, 3. Blood relative Frederick Augustus Washington Bailey Jr. Great aunt Annie Douglas. Cousins Charles Douglas, 54th Massachusetts Regiment. Cousin Lewis Douglas, 54th Massachusetts Regiment. Little cousin Annie. Cousin Rosetta. Frederick Douglass Jr.
2,000 years later. 6.5 hours later. Day 2, day 3, day 4. A few moments later. One eternity later.
Wayman, Bishop Alexander Wayman, 7th Bishop of the AME Church, 1, 2, 3. And you tap, okay? I got this in Ghana, but you could get a stick. Go outside and get you a stick, a strong little branch, something strong, and you tap. Tap the ground. The ancestors are in the ground, right? But their spirit travels all over. You tap that ground and you call up them spirits, okay? That's how that goes, brothers and sisters.
But he's about to tell some truth, people. Listen to this.
Up on August the 21st of this year, 2019, after 400 years. I said after 400 years, from 1619 to 2019, we want to celebrate our people, our history, our culture, our ancestors at the Frederick Douglass Marcus Garvey Academy. 4 buildings, 2 gyms, 2 schools, all the space we need for workshops, conferences, for networking, for think tanking, for our vendors, for our children to have fun. We need the money, Mama Oshun. We need $1 million, Mama Oshun. Give us $1 million or send me the brothers and sisters who will help me do the work for free.
Wow, people. Wow. Give me $1 million or send me the people who gonna work for me for free, like slaves. He ain't got nobody around him. Can you believe this? I know I said I was done. Okay, I know I said it.
Classy that you just got to have it. Man, please, please, please. That one title, one lecture having ass nigga, you're not a teacher, you're a preacher. And you need to stay in your lane. This music shit, this hip-hop dress, hip-hop African, the necklaces, the whole motherfucking swag, nigga, is me. Nigga, you came after Arlene Setti. You came on a platform that was already laid out for you, nigga. So remember that you can't fuck with me. I'm too creative, nigga. I'm too creative for you, nigga. I come all out of bounds on you, nigga. You too stagnated, nigga. You too stagnant. That's what happened with all you niggas. See, y'all didn't have the ability to create. Y'all jumped in and rode the train for a minute, but now the train coming to a screeching halt, bitch. And you got to ride on, you got to build your own way now. Nobody riding on my back no more. You know what I'm saying? So y'all niggas ain't big enough to call me to no tribunal. Flat out. I'm not no little nigga like this. Nigga, I've been out here doing work for 15 years. I don't know none of you motherfuckers. Fuck y'all. Flat the fuck out. My elders is right here in Detroit. You know, Pianki Man Kemperod, that's my elder. Dr. Ben and Dr. Clark is my elders. And I remember exactly how they taught me and what they taught me. And I don't give a fuck who you are. If you're not on the lines of Dr. Ben and Dr. Clark and Pianki Man Kemperod, you ain't calling Seti the shit. You ain't calling me the shit, nigga. I'm a rebel and a motherfucking outlaw. And the reason why my spirit was so very necessary is to come out of this oligarchy of no inactivity ass elders who don't give a fuck about the community unless there's an economic plan in it for them. Okay? But when niggas is down here brawling and you ain't saying nothing, a lot of the elders seen what was happening with me and Pharaoh today. This past weekend. Nobody called in. Nobody. So y'all went to what? Plan B or C? Okay, now y'all gonna try to say, oh, well, you know, let's have a tribunal. No, we need to have a tribunal for your ass. For all that goddamn money, nigga, that the people been sending you. And you ain't built no goddamn schools. See, you asked for it. You asked for it. You know what I'm saying? You didn't know how to stay in your lane. You trying to capitalize off of what it seemed to be, you know, a downfall right now. You thinking you could creep in. Nigga, you ain't boss enough, man. Straight the fuck up. If you gonna be just like the last nigga who think he bigger than what he is, and then when the nigga served you, I'm gonna serve you that plate, nigga. Cause you got to eat now. Okay? I'm gonna serve you that plate. Now you got to eat. You know good and goddamn well I'ma stay booked. Okay? I'm going to stay booked. Y'all want a war? I'll bring it to you. I'll bring it to you. It's not a problem.
Answer. Let's see who the people want to follow. You or me, nigga. I didn't disrespect you. I said we all need to come because we all got beefs. You ain't the only one with a problem. But I knew you've been itching to hate, nigga. I knew you've been itching to hate because niggas been telling me over the years you've been saying little slick shit. I heard little slick shit out your mouth. Suit and tie niggas. Suit and tie niggas. Pussy, I got credentials. You ain't got none, you dirty nigga. Ain't you the same nigga who sold drugs to go to Kemet? Didn't your dumb ass say that on YouTube? You sold drugs to go to Kemet? You counterproductive, degenerate motherfucker? Who gonna sell drugs to go to Kemet, bitch? I'm right here, nigga. Come bring it. I told you conscious niggas I don't play with y'all like that. But I knew you had to do it, nigga. They gassed you and now they gonna ask you, nigga. They gassed you, now they gonna ask you. Umar Johnson don't bow to none of you niggas. I said I challenge you in your own city Friday night, nigga. What's up? I do my lecture for 2 hours and then the last hour we handle them 3 questions in front of the people, nigga. I'm solo. I don't need no fucking army. I'm not no bitch like you. I don't need an army, nigga. I roll solo, motherfucker. Serious about helping our children. I'm really hoping you brothers and sisters join us in San Diego. I'm really hoping you join us in San Diego because we need these chapters, brothers and sisters. I know church done made y'all lazy. Church done made y'all lazy. Church got us comfortable just praying and paying. That's not going to get it done. I know the conscious community got y'all lazy. All they running around is intellectually masturbating old ass information. Like Papa Smurf. That Papa Smurf shit ain't gonna get us nowhere. That Papa Smurf shit ain't gonna get us nowhere. You feel me? Hold on. Yeah. Nah, I got this. I got this. So that Papa Smurf thing ain't gonna work. You feel me?
On these single mothers and say, you know what? Papa, you know what Papa's gonna do? I'm going to open up a school for boys. I'm going to open up a black school for boys. The black school for boys is going to be phenomenal. It's going to be the only black school in the world for boys that's going to teach them agriculture. It's going to teach them economics. It's going to teach them military science. All that yelling, you do all that yelling and shit. You know that fuck nigga does all that yelling. And if you're a single mother used to being in church, yeah, he yelling, girl, yes. Yes, Lord Jesus, you better preach. I'm going to teach you labor. I'm going to teach you agriculture. I'm going to teach you space exploration. I'm taking you to the moon. Yeah, Umar's going to take us to the moon. All right. Now, I need the money from the church. I need the money. I need this money. And you know when he did that campaign, he put a date on it. I need the money. I have a school that I'm going to get. I need the money by 30 days. I need the money by 30 days. If I don't get the money in 30 days, I'm going to lose the school. I need this amount of money in 30 days. So people are hurrying up, donating the money. They're like, okay, damn, we put a whole bunch of money down. Damn, man. The cracker saw that I got all that money, and the cracker took it away. The cracker took the school away right when I got the money. See, the cracker's after me. See, the cracker don't want me to have it. They don't want our boys to have a school. They don't want our girls to learn. The crackers don't want our community to rise. You know, when he started doing that, I said, okay, the scam is on. The scam is on. All right? That's why he does all that shit in them churches. And now, at this point, the only people who are really fucking with Umar now, the middle-aged church ladies with them single kids. Papa's coming. Papa will sleep with you. I'll be a papa to you and your son. You dig? Yeah. You dig?
Because this is the thing, you get a nigga, a broke nigga. Look, before Hidden Colors, Umar Johnson was a broke, pudgy, Florida Evans-shaped nigga who looked like a fucking walrus. Who was checking for Umar fucking Johnson? Let's talk about the ladies for a minute. What chicks was checking for that nigga? He was another dusty nigga with a beard running around Philly talking about, I'm the descendant of Frederick Douglass! Alright, nigga. So that little hustle dried up. You dig? That hustle dried up. So now you put a motherfucker on a movie screen, then all of a sudden, hey, I saw you in that movie. You were great. So I don't look like a walrus? No, you were great. I'm a sex symbol! So this nigga's in a room yelling at himself in the mirror. I'm big! I'm not fat. I'm voluptuous! I'm not fat. I'm big boned! I'm not fat. So this nigga had to talk some sexy into himself. I'm going to go out here and crush these middle-aged cookies. Y'all trying to give me the cookies now? I'm trying to crush your cookies. Crush cookies? What the fuck kind of game is that? So now you got this big, goofy, insecure nigga, and now you're getting an audience, and now they choosing up on you a little bit. You don't know how to handle it. Now you're like, let me get some paper. Let me get it all while the getting is good. Let me get it while the getting is good. And that's what it is. He's getting it while the getting is good. And at this point, let me tell you something. That's why I said nobody's talking about him lying. They know he's lying at this point. I mean, we've pointed out so many lies with this dude. It's ridiculous. I mean, this dude lies every fucking week. They know he's lying at this point. You know he's lying. And the problem is, too many people are cool with that shit. Just like the reverends at church. Black folks love a motherfucker lying just as long as they talk good. He's a very good talker. But long as he makes you feel good talking all that bullshit that he's not going to do. Just like your baby daddy. That's why he appeals to single mothers, because your baby daddy come around talking that shit, what he's going to do. A lot of y'all got these little Umar Johnson baby daddies. I know I haven't been around for our son, but when I get my income tax, I'm going to take you to Hawaii, and I'm going to take you to Vegas, and I'm going to buy you some furs, and I'm going to buy you a flat screen TV. They make all them bullshit ass promises. You know they lying, but you like hearing your baby daddy lie to you. You dig what I'm saying? We love a motherfucker lying. And y'all know Umar is lying at this point. That's why the response to me roasting this nigga, it hasn't been, hey, you know, why don't we stop liars and con men in our community? It's like, why don't y'all stop fighting publicly? See, look at that bullshit logic. Why don't y'all stop bickering? No. Why don't motherfuckers stop lying? Why don't y'all stop having niggas out here lying and we acting like the shit is cool? Black folks, we got to get off that, man. We got to get off these old dirty ass niggas out here. We know they're lying and we cool with it.
So you see how these brothers just keep scamming and scamming and scamming and everything else. And it's going to get deeper. I don't want to put the cart before the horse. But check this out. Orisha's Oshun. Oshun is commonly called the river Orisha, or goddess in the Yoruba religion, and is typically associated with water, purity, fertility, love, and sensuality. She is considered one of the most powerful of all Orishas, and like other gods, she possesses human attributes such as vanity, jealousy, and spite. So you see here, these brothers, and there's two I'm gonna say that make more sense than all of them, or most of them that I've seen, because there's more. I found some more names. I'm like, man, these brothers, they don't ever stop. But and that's the brother Tariq Nasheed and the brother Young Pharaoh. You know, more so Tariq than Young Pharaoh. But I can say with them, they seem like they try to bring out information to their people that they've uncovered They seem to have a good platform. They're well spoken. They gathered a lot of people together. They've done some works that are good, but at the same time, the denouncing of our Father by embracing all these other African gods that we worshiped before. Matter of fact, they're the reason that we're here, worshiping false gods, pagan gods, not paying attention to being our brother's keeper, not paying attention to the watchman on the wall, like in Ezekiel. When the watchman was saying that the enemy was at the gates, we was too busy fighting with each other, fighting with rival tribes and everything else, trying to fit into a culture that didn't accept us. You know, I know just because the African and the Israelite are black, the African bloodline, the Hamitic bloodline has a history of oppressing our people. Like, a lot of people don't know this, but all black people in Africa don't get along. They don't. Ghanaians don't get along with Nigerians. Nigerians don't get along. This isn't like to say that all of them is like that, but if that's why I say I know brothers don't be studying and don't be reading. Like I said, it's just getting more and more clients got to get offline. I'm like, man, these people be making posts and saying stuff, and I'm like, y'all never looked into what y'all saying. Y'all didn't take 2 seconds to think about, you know, is this correct? And the thing about it is that you know, like I said, you can be wrong, but when you're corrected and you decide to still ride with what's wrong, you know what I'm saying? You're corrected on these things. Like, there was not unity in Africa before the slave trade. There wasn't unity amongst the tribes over here. It was, you know, we was warned. That was what made the enemy easier to take over our lands. Just like today, they set us up in the quote unquote projects. They have a thing called the Negro Projects, which is called Planned Parenthood, and they allow us to kill ourselves. But I'm gonna keep going. So, you know, as we go on, you're gonna see a narcissistic ego trip, y'all. Okay? And we're in the age of narcissism. This is why Trump is so popular. People like a narcissist, arrogant person. This person will never love you. This person can only love themselves. Like, so a narcissist can only love self. Alright? But there's 3 things about the narcissistic ego trip. One, they like to be called daddy, papa, daddy, papa, poppy, or father. They like to be seen as a father figure. Even Baba, this guy, Nature Boy, calls himself Baba. Baba is the Persian term for father. And it's funny because they all worshiping all these the Persians worship 360 gods, and they're over there worshiping all these gods. So I'm gonna show him in a little bit here too. But they speak of themselves in the 3rd person. Like, they'll be sitting there talking to you, and they'll say, you know, Ryan the scholar wants to do this. Ryan the scholar wants to do that. Like, bro, you're Ryan the scholar. Like, you're him. You know, you're you. Like, just say, hey, I want to do this. Like, they have to speak of themselves in the 3rd person because they want you to know their name. You know, and it's one thing to introduce yourself, get your name out there. I get it. But when you constantly do that, that's a narcissistic quality. They constantly have to tell you who you are, who they are, so that you know who they are, and you can big them up. And also, they're infallible. Okay, they can never be wrong. They're the only ones with the truth. And y'all know that's not 2 things that I subscribe to. I can't be wrong. And I'm dang sure ain't the only one with the truth. There's plenty of people. I'll show y'all in videos. All these people that speaking to y'all is people that have some of the truth. None of us have all of it, but I know I got some of it, and I know there's plenty of people out there that have a lot of it and have portions of it. So, you know, all praise to the Most High for it. It's got to hit 4 corners, man. It just can't be among a few people. Like, that's a cocky way, arrogant way of thinking. So y'all check this out. We're gonna get into a few more of what I'm speaking on, so that you'll see. And it goes back to dealing with those guys. Remember, pride was the first sin. Y'all peep game.
I don't know why that is, or given that our image gets hammered as black men on a daily basis. But anyways, first movie that really introduced me to this image was To Sir with Love. It's another groundbreaking work by Sidney Poitier. It's about a Caribbean immigrant, Mark Thackeray, who recently received his degree in engineering, but he can't find work. So, to make ends meet, he takes a job as a teacher at a London school on the rough side of town, full of misfits and troublemakers and rejects who, through his calm demeanor and desire to see them succeed, gradually earn them their respect, to the point where he even rejected a job to stay with them, and they end up living happily ever after. Over the years, other movies followed. Obviously, Lean on Me with Morgan Freeman. Mr. Darnell was in the same movie. You had Courtney Vance in Dangerous Minds. Higher Learning with Lawrence Fishburne. Charles Dutton in Menace, and Sam Jackson and Coach Carter. He even had to substitute with Ernie Hudson, who played a rogue principal, but a leader nonetheless. And I'm guessing that's the character that Umar wants to play, going into the community, turning around wayward boys, and coming out a hero at the end. That in another episode of Super Infantunde. You know, maybe the best movie that can parallel who Umar is the 1987 movie The Principal with Jim Belushi and Lou Gossett Jr. It's about a new principal that joins forces.
Get your own brain. Get your motherfucking own brain, nigga. Get your motherfucking own mind and get off mine, hoe ass nigga. I started this shit. I started this popping ass conscious wave. I started this shit because I live this shit every day. This ain't no motherfucking trend for me, nigga. Y'all niggas is out here trying to trend this shit. We live this shit every day. Nigga, everything I do is manifested from my custom. And it's not to show the jury off. It's to show who else you know got a flower of life ring with the diamonds in it. Huh? Who else you know got an Eye of Horus watch with the diamonds in it? Who else you know got the Eye of Horus pyramid with the Nobody. Nobody. Now watch niggas start popping out with conscious jewelry. Watch niggas start popping out with conscious jewelry. But just remember who started the wave. Remember who started the wave. Remember who started the wave. So all y'all niggas do is copy what I do. And y'all think because I don't got 1 million followers, you can get away with it. I'm tired of you niggas. Niggas ain't got no motherfucking... Niggas is not... Nigga, I live this shit. Nigga, my whole body is conscious. Nigga, my whole body is conscious. Is you stupid? Y'all niggas is whack. You're whack. And y'all niggas think y'all can keep coming over here and stealing my shit. Stop playing with me, nigga. I can compete with any one of you niggas. I can compete with any one of you niggas.
She let every last one of these motherfuckers up in here for free. They gonna tell me it's closed, and I walked up in here and she gave everybody free meals. I'm waiting to see if she could. I'm waiting to see if this bitch gonna feed me. I was drinking too. Oh my god. Boy, am I hungry. Whatever you gonna give me, the same shit you giving them. Food.
Okay, what do you want? I don't know what you want.
Give me a Whopper, give me a chicken sandwich, whatever, French fries.
But what you want? I don't know what you want.
Same shit you giving all of them. You told me the shit was closed and you fed all of them and locked me out and I walked in with them and everybody else walked out with their shit and I recorded you. So feed me like you feed me.
No, but close. Yes.
I know, play dumb. All right, play dumb. Give me my shit. And we ain't got no problems. Give me my Whopper, give me my chicken sandwich, choice, some fries, and I'm out. Whatever. So you gonna sit up there and feed me? Large, everything large. Whopper, spicy chicken sandwich, large fries. I done sat back and recorded you giving everybody else free food. You gonna charge me now? You full of shit. Everybody else locked out. You locked me out and told me to leave. I got you recorded. And you got everybody else in the car line. And I sat up there. Now you fed everybody else. I know. But you gonna charge me, right? You don't even realize I'm a big YouTuber.
We're gonna give you the free.
Don't worry about it. I'm a big YouTuber. You charge me, I'm gonna post your ass up. I'm a big YouTuber. Real big YouTuber. I don't think you realize how big I am. Everybody else in this motherfucker ate for free. Now they pulling cash out. I got 10 minutes worth of video. Say cheese, motherfuckers. Or try to fucking play me. Everybody in here look just like you. Try to play me. Look, everybody in this motherfucker, you can tell everybody related. Everybody, same race.
You want ketchup?
Nope. I ain't gonna even eat this shit because I know you gonna spit it, you fucking fat, nasty bitch. You told me this shit was fucking closed and you let all these motherfuckers in here. Everybody else in here went through the drive. Everybody else going through the driveway. You let all these motherfuckers in here and you feeding them for free. You think I'm fucking stupid. What? What? Fuck you think you talking to? Yeah. Now y'all playing like y'all fucking ordered. The fuck out of here. Who the fuck y'all think stupid? Gonna make me fucking pay for my food. I wasn't even supposed to come in this motherfucker. Oh, fat, ugly bitch. Open this fucking door so I can get out. Oh, that's right. Yeah, look. Doors closed. That one, she let specific doors open so they could order. Shit's supposed to be closed. And she gonna make me pay for my motherfucking food and let everybody else eat for free. Oh, fat, ugly bitch. Right. Look. See how the door open? See, look? I want your fat ass to know I got you recorded. See how you let that door open and everybody else sitting in that driveway? Yeah, you. Big bitch. Fat girl. Yeah, big bitch. Yeah, y'all better give me some fucking food or I'm telling. Fuck that. She made me pay for my shit. Give me some motherfucking food or I'm telling. I'm snitching. Fuck that.
So you see here, you know, and we don't subscribe to Islam on this channel. This is a Israelite channel. We deal with the Hebrew Bible. But I want to make this very clear. What I was saying on videos past dealing with Ice Cube is that if you're gonna sit up here and claim Islam, you're gonna sit up here and say, hey, I'm a Muslim. I deal with Islam. I deal with Salat. I deal with the Ramadan. You know, again, we were under a slave trade dealing with Islam before the Europeans did it under Christianity. That's why I don't subscribe to either one of those. And both of those religions took things from our book and followed those things in order to present themselves as truthful. You dig what I'm saying? But they changed a lot of things. So, and you know, I went over that before in videos. I got videos on religion and all that. Matter of fact, I just did one on the UN religion, the unholy trinity. So, of religion that they have. It's all going to lead back to the misreligion. In the end, that's what it's going to lead back to. You know, Albert Pike wrote it in 3 World Wars. We see it's headed that way. Okay, they're going to tear them all down. They're going to make the other ones fight each other, and then they're going to introduce the light of Lucifer to the people. So, but one thing about it is, if you're going to walk that walk, at least be serious about that walk. Like, I know some Muslims that are like devout Muslims, and I know some that are just playing. But it's like I know Christians that are devout Christians. Like, they may have not gotten to the depths of the truth because they're still following that, but they believe that. Like with what they were given, they believe that. And I have the respect for that. Not to say I respect that way as far as I'm going to be following, but I respect, okay, you say you're about this and you're about this. Like, okay, I'll give you an example. Let's get off of religion for a second. If you say that you're a vegan, I'm a vegan, or you're not a vegetarian, but you're a vegan. You don't eat nothing unless you got all these lists and everything. I'm not a vegan. You know, I don't subscribe to that, but I respect those that walk in that. Now, if you say that you're a vegan and you preach that we're vegan and why we need to be vegan, and you're beating people in the head all day about being vegan, and then I turn around, I'm driving down the street and I see you in the Whataburger parking lot going ham on a double cheeseburger. You know what I'm saying? With a chicken sandwich on the side. You know, if I see that, not that I subscribe to being vegan, but you're a hypocrite to me now. Dig what I'm saying? How can I deal with you now? How can I deal with you now? You hold this close to your heart enough to beat everybody in the head with it, but you don't even follow it. And that's what it is. Like with this dude, he holds all this stuff and puts it on people like, oh, y'all this, y'all that, getting tearing down, don't build nothing up. Cheating on his wife, but then talking about the black family and love for the black woman. You cheating on your wife, bro. Like we gonna get into more of that. We gonna get into more of that. But basically, you know, the thing about this, I'm bringing it forth is, a lot of his rants are drunk rants, but he tells the truth about himself, not the truth period, but the truth about himself. Because you know, drunk men tell no tales. At least when he's dealing with himself. But it's like, bro, then y'all not supposed to drink. So you don't even follow what you say you follow. So I'm just gonna show this verse, and it's basically saying that, and I showed this before when even when Muslims came out of that they were saying that's what they teach. So you don't even follow it. That's why I was getting on Ice Cube. You claiming this, you're Islam and you stand with Khalid Muhammad and this and that. Then you're doing the St. Ides commercial, because at the end of the day, these brothers is about money. Again, from the frying pan, remember the pimping Christian pastor, to the pimping brother with an ankh on and a dang pyramid on his chain. That's the only thing that changed over. So you know, this brother also, man, he called the cops on himself. Like this brother constantly, because I had a sister that commented, I had put some of his clips in the other video, because I was like, I came across this information. I really don't follow him like that. I know I heard about his story. But I came across this information. I was like, man, I gotta show people, man, because I don't want people to think. That's why when I do show clips of people, I'll say, even if I know them, I'll be like, or I know of them, excuse me, I'll be like, I agree with what they said right here, but past that, I'm not saying I'm riding with everything that they do and say. But when they got on this subject, or they did this, or put out this study, they was correct right here. This is where I got where it lines up. You know. But yeah, he called the cops. He snitched on himself, man. And the thing about this brother is, like a lot of brothers in the conscious community, they contradict themselves. Like I heard Polite once say, if you sit up here and you do this for you know, whatever, put these videos out but you got a job, I can respect that because you're actually working. You just want to tell the people the truth. Then he turned around the same video 5 minutes later and said, if your supporters aren't supporting you enough to where you can quit your job, I don't believe you. Because if you're telling that much truth, then they should be supporting you. And then he turned around, but then he said like something like, if you need to be supported by your subscribers, you'll tell them what they want to hear to get money. So I don't know if I can trust you, brother. Which is it? You want a brother to get support from his subscribers or not? And what I focus on is the brother telling the truth. But the thing about it, I don't ask for money for that reason. I appreciate it. Don't get me wrong, because I know the Most High has sent people to give and donate, and it has helped. Again, it goes back into the ministry. I put my own money into the ministry. I don't sit up here and beg. You dig? But that's what they do. And they contradict themselves. He'll preach black unity and say F you in the same video. He'll be like, yeah, black unity. He'll be like, I can't stand black people. He'll condemn gangster behavior, but he'll threaten people with death. And not just death. This is another thing I want to point out about this brother, Hassan Campbell, who they call Thyson. I see now. Let me see if I can. You know, I'm gonna say that to the end. I'm gonna show some more clips, but I'm gonna say that to.
Your phone ass there till I'm fucking finished. Who the fuck you think you talking to, your slave? Fuck, I look like your animal. And then they got nerve enough to have black people telling her son Campbell, you ain't black. Let me tell my black brothers and sisters something right now. If I could be white, I think I would be white. Cause you some cowards. Never think that for a single second. You smashed my fucking car. And you crashed my car while you was drunk and you drove the fuck off. And you drove off. You go whenever you're ready. But I'm letting you know. And I want you to understand something, right? I want you to understand something, right? Understand something. Understand something. Go ahead, I'm letting you out. But you smashed my car. Kryptonite on my neck. They put kryptonite on my neck. And it's draining me. And I feel it. I went to the doctor to get a muscle biopsy, and they put a little slit in me, and I know in that slit they already chipped me. I already know what time it is. I already got a chip on me. They got me. Ain't nowhere to run. I'm here. Are you here? You willing to fight? Do you, son? You might have a future doing this shit. How your pain's gonna grow when the only thing you do is swallow them out nuts? I just don't want my mom. I don't want to lose. I'm sorry, people. I know I shouldn't be going live like this, but I don't want to lose my mama. I don't want to lose my mama. I don't want to lose my mama. All you females out there, well, you know what I want you to do? To all these dudes you laying up in the bed with that ain't looking at y'all like that, like they ready to stand up and meet this machine face to face. When you go to sleep at night, just stick your finger in his butt. The whole finger, your middle finger to the long one. No Vaseline. Stick it right in his butt. Then tell him, shut up, you're a bitch. Really, nigga? Stick your finger in his butt. Then tell him he a bitch. Man, no. You know what I want you to do when he wake up and realize that? When he realize you sticking your finger in his butt, I want you to say, oh, it hurt? Then spit on it. Then stick it in his butt. Here's some lubrication. Really, nigga?
Ugly. And I had to show myself. And I don't give a fuck. Now I gotta make my bed. Because I got nothing but demons coming after me. The people that's supposed to support me ain't nowhere to be fucking found. My mother ain't shit. She mad at me because I exposed a pedophile for molesting me and she keep attacking me. I don't have fucking nothing. Absolutely nothing. And now, I don't give a fuck. Those of you niggas that knew me, y'all gonna know me. Find Negroes on YouTube to befriend, knowing that you don't like them, and then line them up to attack them later on. I'ma act like I'm about your cause. Let me find your motherfucking son. Right? Let me find your son or your daughter, and let me catch them at 12 years old. And when I stick heavy dick in that little 12, 13-year-old little bitch, and when I stick heavy dick in that little 12, 13-year-old little bitch, and when I stick heavy dick in that little 12, 13-year-old little bitch, I fuck your 12-year-old son, 13-year-old son, and then run through your family and fuck all the other children.
Okay, you are an official child predator. That's what you are. Okay, you are an official child predator. That's what you are. That's what you are. You're a predator. In my eyes, you're a predator. And like I said, I told you what was going to go down from my perspective. You can act tough on this internet, but your heart beat. I saw y'all when the little skinny cop pulled up the first time when you had the pedophilia in your goddamn Facebook. Huh? When he pulled up on you the first time, I seen it in your face. Okay?
For the end. But he'll when he gets into it with people, like, you know, like you might get into it with somebody and they'll be like, man, I'll slap the mess out of you. You be like, man, I'll whoop your behind. You know, you gonna get out there, you saying something, you gonna punch them in the face, I'll kick your chest in, something. You say something like that. This brother, when he get upset, everything is sexual. Man, that I've been in plenty arguments. I never had a dude tell me he want to bend me over. See, that's the homosexual spirit on that brother. There's no way. I'm gonna get into it. I'm actually gonna show y'all a video because y'all say I'm tripping, but I'm gonna bring this home because I do believe that he was touched and dealt with inappropriately by Africa Bambaataa, but it's not the story he's telling us. I'm gonna show you what I put together, and I'm gonna have some things for y'all to watch. But another thing that they do, and not just him, but it's mental and verbal abuse of women, and this is I'm talking about him, but a lot of these conscious brothers, it's mental and verbal abuse of women. They'll claim the black woman's God. Oh, you know, mocha latte and you pecan, you caramel, and they'll blow your head up. The black woman is God. Soon as a sister call into these shows and disagree with these brothers, she's everything but a child of God. They'll call her B, you a P, I'll whoop your ass. Like talking to women like they finna go do something cheap to them. And people and black men sit up here and black women support these brothers, man. That's consciousness. Another thing, he talks about hood beefs about nothing. I don't know anybody that just sits up on camera. I'm speaking about Hassan, especially on this. You sit up there and beef with people all day on camera. That's not hood, man. Like a lot of people be doing that. Just like when I did that with the Zakar brothers. You talking all that G stuff online, man. You're not fooling nobody. That's why you took the video down. You're not fooling nobody, man. You know what I'm saying? Ain't nobody scared of ain't nobody scared. The real brothers ain't scared of these online these e-thugs. You know what I'm saying? These Wi-Fi gangsters, man. Ain't nobody scared of y'all, man. Somebody that really been to it, they not sweating none of y'all brothers, man. Y'all brothers do this stuff for show. I've seen it a million times. Somebody in the parking lot get full of them drinks, get them liquor muscles. I had they boys with them. That stuff only lasts so long, and this is what's going on now. Is that it's not. I'm trying to bash and expose all this stuff I'm showing y'all, but I'm showing y'all that the end times all is being revealed. This is just the tip of the iceberg, but this is just showing the other side of the conscious movement, because it's also within the Israelite community. Let's be honest, it's also within us. We can't act like COINTEL ain't affecting us too. And if it ain't COINTEL, it's dang show the agent of the enemy. So let's get into this video right here, man. And I wasn't even gonna show y'all the video, but you know I'm gonna go ahead and show y'all, man. I don't care what y'all say. These brothers was on a date. This what me and my homeboys back in our days when we was young in our early 20s. We left the club, you know, a little tipsy plenty of times. Never had this kind of behavior. Never was brothers touching each other. Brothers talking about brothers' nails. Brothers trying to get a room with your brother. Like, look at the body language. Like I say, you have to have a discernment. I want to speak this to my brothers that's in the streets, to my brothers that went through college, to my brothers that army, ex-military. You know, it might be things that you've done in your past that you look back and you be like, man, you know, I was wrong for that. Or it was some things that went on in your life. Man, I was wrong for that. Or, you know, because I joined a gang or because I did this. I feel like I can't be forgiven. I feel like, you know, it's over. Nah, man, the Most High is calling you out. He left the 99 for the one, brother and sisters. He left the 99 for the one. So if he's willing to leave the 99 that no for you that fell, be appreciative. Just embrace it. Just embrace it. And the thing about it is, what you've done can be your strength. Like if you have a brother in there that was, let's say he was he grew up like the dude on Goodfellas, being a lookout for the older gangsters. You know, let's say he repented, came out of that, and he's in the truth. Now, not saying him, but a brother that's, you know, went through something similar. When we're in the wilderness, he can be the lookout because he did it before. He knows what to look for. He knows how a cop walks, how they look. He knows the different types of cars. If you've been in the military, you know how to look for certain. You know how to look for booby traps. You know how to check the surroundings. You know what I'm saying? If you been around gunfire, you know what certain guns sound like. That can be very helpful coming up in the future here, man. You don't see societies breaking down, that can be very, very helpful, man. So you went through that for a reason. You know, maybe your time in the field, you learn how to dress a wound. Not everybody knows how to do that. Okay? But supposed to use that for your knowledge and understanding in this as you move forward. Don't just throw out everything you knew, throw out the bad things you was doing, but keep in mind you may have to use that in the future. You might be in the wilderness, might be ready to stay somewhere, but you might smell it. You know that they have a village over here where that's where they move the bricks out. Because you maybe, like I said, you grew up, you had cousins or uncles that took you around that stuff, and you know what it looks like. So you can peep game with that. You can know what a military base looks like, our undercover office, our safe house. I'm just giving different examples, man. Because a lot of people, they're gonna walk right into the rat trap because they don't know. But the reason that you had your experiences, don't look at them as bad per se. Or if you had somebody like with these brothers and sisters, there's people online arguing if these people are on drugs or not. If you've been around somebody that got strung out, that couldn't handle they bottle, couldn't handle they smoke or they pills, you see how they react, and yeah, it's a whole lot of this. It's a whole lot of mental health problems, man. So this is what I'm talking about, man. You know, from dudes, you know, this dude here came to be a blood, then he calling out the bloods, you know. And there's a guy in battle rap, to get off subject, but on subject, but it's a guy named Geechee Gotti, and he's one of the dopest ones I've heard, you know, as far as like lyrics and delivery and all of that. What throws me off with him, Geechee, you know, Geechee's dealing with the Gullah, you know, the Gullah Wars. I made you know, the guerrilla warfare mixtape. You know, I talked about, you know, my mama being part of that Gullah family, the indigenous people that was here, you know, the northern tribe. And, you know, it was that. But you look at it, and he has his name Geechee because that's the language that they were speaking, but then he calls himself Gotti. Gotti was a racist. So it's like we want to be indigenous, but then we want to be Scarface. We want to be indigenous, but then we want to be, you know, Luciano Gambino, you know, and it's like those people didn't like us. Have you not noticed in those Italian movies how they talk about black people, how they deal with black people in those movies? They really don't like us. You know what I'm saying? For the most part. And that's what it is, man. We don't have a problem embracing other cultures. Like, I don't think I'm going into that later on. We don't have a problem embracing other cultures, loving other cultures. We don't have a problem embracing.
I was born and raised in the housing projects. Let's get that straight now. I was born and raised in the housing projects. From the housing projects, I started working on the warehouses, started driving trucks. I've been driving trucks now 27 years. 27 years to be exact, I've been driving tractor trucks. So all that he's screaming out tenement buildings in Section 8, that shit fed me when I was a kid. Yes, that's how I live in the housing projects. You was claiming that the Bronx was the roughest shit in New York. Fool, I'm from Press Street Projects, 234 Press Street, 9th floor, before they tore them down. Before I moved to Press Street, I was in Stella Rice. Before Stella Rice, it was Hayes Homes. Before Hayes Home, we lived on Dayton Street. We know anything about Dayton Street. Do your research. Search around. I was brought up 17th Avenue housing projects, right between 17 and West Kenny, right across the street with the police station. Back then it was an old warehouse. Now there's a school over there now. Science High, whatever those schools is. Or North Tech, Science High, whatever. Born and raised in the housing projects. Do I regret it? No. It taught me how to be a man. It taught me how to survive. Do I live there now? No. Because they're gone. They tore down Prince Street. They tore down every housing projects in the city of North. The only ones that's still standing is the McElroys. Stephen Crane over there on 280. 280 and the First Street. That's the only one still standing. Will I ever go back to the projects and kick my people back in? They ain't there, but even if they was there, I won't do that bullshit, man. Going out there showing dirt, piss, scum, debris, kicking my people in the back. I wouldn't do that.
I be trying to help them more to kick their fucking back in. And that's all you do. I haven't not seen you yet get back to them projects. Sitting up there bragging about shit. Trying to provoke people to do your dirty work. Bam came to New York, what you do? You try to get the people to do that. You go and start a show and say you try to shut it down. You ain't shut shit down. You ain't stopped Bam from making no money. You just love to run your mouth, but you ain't never stopped Bam from doing shit. That man gonna make what he gonna make. If that's what that man did, then God, he gonna answer that shit to God. Because can you imagine getting a fucking job, you working at Home Depot, you got Bloods over here, you got Crips over here. These young kids can't get a job if they keep banging. That banging shit don't leave you nowhere. There's no pension in that banging. There's no 401k in that banging. There's no retirement in that banging. There's no full medical in that banging. There's shit that come with that banging shit. I got 3 sons. I show my sons how hard I fucking work. And they do the same thing. Talking about big homie, I got 4 brothers. I'd be damned if I call another nigga big homie and I got 2 brothers older than me. You know. But at the end of the day, y'all don't really have much to say about it. Now the other guy with the all red on from Cali, I respect what he said. I respect exactly what he said. But the other 2 cats weren't really answering the shit because they didn't want to denounce the shit. A short dude with a big ass mouth just running his mouth all the time. Run his mouth all the time. All that killer shit you talk, I don't believe none of that shit. I don't believe none of that gangster killer shit you talk about. Because you kind of confuse everybody. First you said you ran with Zulu Nation. Then you denounced the gangs. Then you came out and said you was GKB, you was a blood. Then you went from being blood to being Muslim. You don't know what you is, man. Then you want to see me talking about, you want to YouTube talking about how you doing Ramadan. But you can't stay off the damn YouTube. I ain't never seen you fast. I never seen that before, bro. You don't do none of that. All you do is just talk, man. Years. He got 20 years. I got a brother who got 20 years in prison. He did 16 years. Came home and did his 4 years. Respectfully. He don't even talk about jail. 16 years. And you would never once hear him talk about prison. Did 16 years. A couple years in Trenton State Prison, and then he did the rest of his years in Northern State. All that shit my brother did in the street, and all the shit that we did together, we don't even talk about it. But certain shit you don't talk about because what I call you dry snitching. Most of the shit you talk about, you dry snitching, man. Ain't nowhere in hell I get on YouTube and put my people's name out like that. Ain't nowhere in hell I get up on here and put dude's name out in the streets like that. But you love to talk about SMM. I don't even want to say their name because I can't promote that shit. You love to talk about SMM. You love to put that word in your mouth. But then you like to talk about your boy B.O. Ain't nowhere in hell I'll be glorifying the man that was in the street selling drugs and killing other niggas. High Street and Martin Luther King Boulevard. You want to know anything about North? You don't hear dudes from North, from Chadwick, Clinton Avenue, Avon, sitting up on YouTube running their mouth like that. Only you do that shit. Only you get on there and talk about the Bronx. But don't nobody know you, bro. You want to act like somebody know you was doing all this gangster killer shit. You was a small little dude. And that's it.
Listen, if you want to create genocide, create genocide. That's all gangbanging is genocide. Yeah. Just go ahead and just say you want to kill a nigga. You don't have to get. I don't even want to get in that bullshit. But that's what it is. Let's fake up this. Let's make up this shit, and let's create. Listen, if you want to create genocide, create genocide. That's all gangbanging is genocide. Yeah. Just go ahead and just say you want to kill a nigga. You don't have to make it up and be a costume in a costume.
Ourselves, and you see what his son, Hassan Campbell's son is, man. You see what this brother's out here doing. So while these brothers are chasing against the lifestyle, the family is still in the same boat it was, man. Are y'all listening to me here? Did you hear what that brother said? There's no 401k in that, man. There's no future in that, but we can't stop glorifying it. If you teach your people to destroy themselves, you won't have to do the dirty work. Because even when they, like I said, they have a little fact about somebody. They have a, like, you know, what we going through as a people, and they'll put on that, and they'll say something about that. They'll give a couple facts, and then everything else will be out of line. And now look how these brothers carry themselves. Again, you got to be mindful of this stuff, man. Everybody isn't a good person. That's a lie. Nobody's good except the Most High anyway. But everybody ain't striving for righteousness. People sell you that lie to make you think that the world ain't that bad. Tell that to a parent that lost a child. Crazy, bad people like this out here, and worse, that we don't see. I have a video, a receipt. I'm gonna post it up here because I got in trouble for a link in the description box. I'm gonna post it up here. Y'all could screenshot it and go watch it. This is just one of many, man. But I'm gonna get now back into carbonation, because this is, again, these brothers, again, they're dealing with sexual deviancy, dealing with all these problems. They're dealing with the destruction of the home. They're dealing with the destruction of the black woman, the destruction of the black man and brother. This is what all these brothers, and all the while, it's all entertainment to them. It's all fun and games, and they're getting that money. That's what it's like. The love of money is the root of all evil. They love that paper. But they will soon be destroyed, man. So saith the Most High. Everything is being revealed in this time. So again, I was talking about the brother earlier, Narcissus, the name of the beautiful youth in the mythology Ovid, Metamorphosis, who fell in love with his own reflection in a spring of water and was turned into the flower Narcissus. So his name was Narcissus, and that's where the word narcissism comes from. We're in the age of the narcissist. The bully the arrogant bully jerk attitude is exalted, especially among men, especially. Okay, and for you brothers in the truth that decide to hate all white people, or hate all Mexican people, or hate all, like basically group all people together like they did to us, even some of your own people, because that's exactly what happens. I want you to look at Trip, Denzel from Glory, and Bishop Tupac from Juice. That's who you become. You become such a detriment in your mind to what the enemy has done. You have turned into the enemy to the point where you're not even destroying the enemy anymore. You may have that hate in your heart for the enemy, but you're not destroying the enemy. You're destroying your own people. Tupac from Juice, he wasn't just destroying the system that made him feel worthless, that felt like there was no way out, felt like there was nothing he can do to get money, felt like he was cast out to the side by society like society does do us. But he wasn't banging on the system. He was banging on Q, his own brother that was in the...
So just not authentic. It's not about spirituality. This is not about having a spiritual journey. This is really about collecting souls. And Babaji has said this to you before, that he's here to collect souls, and not in the way that you would think. Okay, this is not a game at all. This is not a safe man at all. And the people who are there right now, their soul, their very souls are what's being fed off of. As he tells you, he owns your soul. He owns your womb. Your womb belongs to carbonation. Your soul belongs to carbonation. Your whole life belongs to carbonation. And you know, you have to denounce your family, denounce your friends. As you all know, you can't speak to anybody on the outside. I had a dying grandmother in a dying bed, and he told me to let the dead bury the dead, right? When I told him my grandmother was in the hospital. Now, I'm gonna get back to what the group doesn't know, right? But I want to just give you a little bit of what's behind, right? What's actually boiling here. That this is not something that you play with, right? You think that this is all about polygamy. You're going to be whoop whoop in the tropics. You're going to be in nature. You're going to be eating fruit. You're going to be eating organic food. You're going to be living your best life. That's what's portrayed, right? And hold on one second on my other. That's what's being portrayed. So I want you to know that, but that's not actually what's really transpiring, right? When you get to Carbon Nation, one of the first things you have to do is give up your, obviously, you know, your family and your friends and anything you've ever known. You give up your credit cards, your bank account, your social security number, your credit score, okay, on site. This is on site. So imagine my shock, okay? I get there like, oh, peace to the gods. I love myself. Woo, woo, woo. You know, the whole thing, right? Just hype and just thinking it's about to be a movie, right? It was more like a fucking nightmare, okay? More like a fucking nightmare, okay? You know, I have seen some of the other people, you know, Star, Natiri, Shaka, Azine. There have been a few people who have freed themselves and they've gotten a way to get out. You know, Baba G has been calling me for the past couple of weeks. Nana has been calling me. They miss me. They want me to come back. He loves me. Come back. You're my wife. I love you. I mean, everyone there is being imprisoned. And so that's why they will always continue to go to prison. And they will always continue to loop the same motherfucking story of Nana being polygamous, not being polygamous. Nana walling out, leaving because her spirit is strong. Her spirit is strong. That's that New Orleans shit. She got a strong spirit. Nana got fire in her. And it's right now, you know, it's being suppressed. He's beating it out of her. He's beating the shit out of Nana G. I watched this man pin this woman down with his two knees on her shoulders. I'm not going to try to talk about that right now because I don't want to get emotional and I want to really keep this focused. Keep this focused. But I'm telling you right now, Nana, there is no man on this planet, divine, who would destroy the earth. You are the earth. As a woman, you are the womb. You are creation itself. No man has the right to beat you down. That nigga didn't just slap you. He didn't just, you know, give you a little whatever or whatever. Not that it's a little anything. I think verbal abuse is awful. And you ain't no saint, obviously. You pop off, you do this and that. But no one deserves to be beaten down. Okay? Fucking cuffed at the neck. Hanging by the neck. What's that called when somebody is choke holding you up? Your little 115-pound body, 5'2", with this 270-pound nigga standing at 6'2", cuffing your neck, okay? Holding you up till you're unconscious and body slamming you on the ground, beating you, punching you profusely like a nigga, beating you down helplessly, covering your body, laying there naked on the floor, laying there naked, ripping off all your clothes. Do you understand what that did to my mind? Do you understand that your daughter watched this? Do you understand what? Yo, okay. Let me help you understand something. Your place. You don't even have your mind right now. This man is running your mind. You are a slave. You're literally a sex slave. You're literally a sex slave. We know this. How?
Can we see a kiss, they said? So much. It's the kiss that show everything. The kiss. Okay, let's see that kiss. Straight for the kiss. We know how y'all made that. Nah, y'all gotta get a kiss.
I can be emotionally irresponsible. Do you see what I'm saying? I can really be emotionally irresponsible. I can be sensitive. Do you see what I'm saying? And I can take things the wrong way.
The universe is nothing more than a mirror of your thoughts. So whatever signals you send out in this mirror of life, in this universe, you will get that back as a residual or as a response to your behavior and your thoughts. Sometimes I doubt myself. Sometimes I doubt myself. And this is just me being vulnerable. Sometimes I doubt myself and I think that, I'm not good enough.
So I feel like it just takes me back to why I came here in the first place. I didn't come here for no woman. I came here straight for Baba G. I came here looking for somebody that could take me to the next level of mastery. And that's still here. And that's why I'm still here. It ain't no thing. You know what I mean? That's what it is. Everybody wins.
Half y'all ain't fucking with no real niggas anyway, because the real niggas go upside your fucking head, you cross that line. It's a line. It's a line. If you cross that line, a real nigga gonna go upside your head. So, trying to fucking win, he the weirdo. This nigga's a geek. He's a weirdo. He's a very weird guy. So, that's why none of y'all wanted to come fuck with him. We knew what he was, man. Nigga couldn't be around me for long. He was acting goofy. Period. He gonna do goofy shit. Y'all keep watching him. He's a goofy nigga. You watching a real nigga. I'm a real nigga. It's a difference. I don't care.
You are free. This is thug shit right here. This the thug shit right here. This when it's time to be a thug, my nigga. When you stand up to the government, to the powers that be, this how we change shit. We gotta stay together, bro. And I'm not talking about protesting or nothing. I'm talking about for real, standing like, yo, bro, we ain't gonna do shit. We gonna shut this whole thing down. We shutting everything down.
Let's go. Come on, everybody off. Everybody off. Pussy. Get out the bag. Get out the fucking house. Get out. No. I love you too. Why are you assaulting me?
We have done today or yesterday or whatever Babylon day you want to say it was,
We did it for the masses. We did it for you so that you can come out of your lower self and start to fight for the truth and start to live the truth. This is, like Fury said, this is what happens when you start to live the truth and you actually have to live it.
Because the people around me, I be wanting to see what they about. Think about it. These niggas is lame.
Like I said, Denzel from Trick from Glory and Bishop from Juice, they began to bang on their own people, and that's what y'all have began to do. Y'all got so much hatred for the enemy. You're not hurting the enemy. You're doing the enemy's work now. Congratulations, you played yourself. Congratulations. Narcisos, yeah. So, the domestic violence has become the norm, and as you see here, it's become the norm. Dude, go to jail, get out, go to jail. And one thing I'm gonna tell my sisters is, sisters, protect yourself. Tell your daughters to protect themselves. I'm gonna teach mine that. They're not in their dating age yet, but yeah, they are getting the same advice I'm giving on here. And the thing about it is this, because these guys go to jail over and over, and it's like the cops don't care about you ladies, especially black women. These guys go to jail back and forth for beating this woman. And show putting the police for. He said he gonna kill him. He said then the dude finally kills him. And everybody's like all surprised. Like just like the pastor I showed y'all earlier. He said he was gonna do it. We used to handle dudes like that back in our village. The Muslims have something like that too. They got it from us. I heard a sister on the T saying that the Muslims would drag him out and do allegio and beat him up to a pope. He wouldn't do that no more. We had somebody that did that too. We had a group of elders that used to do that in our village. It's in the scripture. But, and the dude quotes a Biggie. Like I showed these rappers, as talented as they were, I'm speaking of Biggie and Pac, were not the way that we're supposed to go on a mental and spiritual path. Talent-wise, they was great. I went to the Kemetic community, all this knowledge of self and Wakanda forever and all this. Not to say I understand what Wakanda represented, but I'm saying that kingdom, like Egypt, what I'm saying, wasn't our kingdom. We was there, yes. We built it up, yes. It wasn't ours. It's like America. Are we here? Yes. Did we build it up? Yes. But as you can see, we're not reaping any of the benefits of it. Because our land isn't this land. Even though we've been in this land, I dig it, all that, but our land isn't this land. We have a duty to go back to our land, teach the truth to the rest of the world. That's prophecy. That's what we're called. I'm not talking about those just called, but those chosen. That's prophecy. We are called to give out this truth, get to the land, and continue doing so. Like I said, all people are gonna come to Mount Zion for the truth, man.
Do witches run Black Lives Matter?
And maybe I'm sharing too much, but we become very intimate with the spirits that we call on regularly, right? Like each of them seems to have a different presence and personality. You know, I laugh a lot with Waukesha, you know, and I didn't meet her in her body, right? I met her through this work.
It's a very important practice. Hashtags are for us are way more than a hashtag. It is literally almost resurrecting a spirit so they can work through us to get the work that we need to get done. I started to feel personally connected and responsible and accountable to them, both from a deeply political place, but also from a deeply spiritual place. And always, you know, in my tradition, you offer things that your loved one who passed away would want, you know, whether it's like honey or tobacco, or things like that. And it's so important, not just for us to be in direct relationship to our people who've passed, but also for them to know we've remembered them. I believe so many of them work through us.
Black Lives Matter is ran by 3 witches who are lesbian witches: Alicia Garza, Patrice Cullors, and Opa Temeti. She's of Nigerian descent. They are all 3 are part of the Black Boule Secret Society, and there are witches, they're warlocks, in the entire spiritual dogma or doctrine of Black Lives Matter is from the West African religion called Odu Ifa, capital O-D-U, then spacing capital I-F-A. But over 3,000 different religions in Africa, or Akibelon, is rooted in witchcraft and divination.
I feel like in our traditional practice, and people who practice, you know, traditions from West African places, one of the big things is remembering your ancestors. And I feel like part of the story, the building of BLM, was about remembering and remembering our people, not based off of a white supremacist memory, which would be about, you know, slandering them and putting their names in the newspaper and showing their mugshots, but instead remembering them from the place that their mothers and their fathers and their family would want us to remember them in, even if we didn't know them personally.
So these 3 witches, Alicia Garza, Opa Temeti, okay, and Patrice Cullors, are using the psyop of the witchcraft religion of Odu Ifa, which concentrates on 16 points of demonic possession and demonic influence through demonic performance of what? Libations. Because the term libation means the liquid of darkness.
When we come out into the streets and we pray, you know, the first thing that we do when we hear of a murder is we come out, we pray, we pour libation, we build with the community where the person's life was stolen. And it took almost a year for me to realize that this movement is much more than a racial and social justice movement. At its core, it's a spiritual movement.
In the cards, I had 30 days to do a ceremony or I would be blind. So my mother, as a good mother, didn't want nothing to happen to her son, so we did it. They blindfolded me, did a bath for me with herbs, and they started chanting and calling the 5 main god demons from Santeria.
From that moment, John's life changed.
My whole personality, everything who I stand for as a young boy, was no longer there. I felt like someone took a black blanket and just put it right over me, spiritually. I wasn't answering not only to my mom and my dad, but I was answering to the demons.
John's involvement with Santeria deepened quickly.
I was being taught and trained with high-rank devil worshippers into spiritualism. I went to sneaking into funerals, acting like I knew the person that died because I wanted to buy the soul of that person that died because I can get that soul and put it on somebody and die the same way. When drug dealers got killed in the street, I wanted to run out and get the blood because I can use that human blood to do witchcraft.
For the first time in his life, John felt powerful and respected. When he was 13, his father was murdered in a bar fight. John gave credit to the devil for relieving his mother's suffering.
I'll be up at 5 in the morning calling out to God saying, help my mother. And no one showed up. But the devil showed up because he killed my dad. I believe the devil said, well, no one loves you, but I love you. Your father can't provide for you, but I'm your provider. The devil said to me, do the religion. I give you anything you want. Just ask.
John says Satan became the father he never had. John was devoted to him.
I light up my candles. I spit the rum. I spit the cigar smoke. The cigar smoke means power. If I didn't have money for a rooster, I'd cut myself and use my own blood and pour it in. The whole atmosphere of the room changes. And you know there's something there. And then when it's there, you have to dress them like a family member. My father, I'm here. What would you like to speak to me about? What is it you want me to do?
As time went on, John also practiced the dark arts outside his apartment. He preyed on Christians in particular.
At the clubs, I would go around looking for Christians. And I knew that in the club, you was in the devil's playground.
So I knew that if I can get into it and you had a beer or two already in your system, I knew all I had to do was just say, listen, I have something to tell you today. And right now you will open the door and you said, what is it you need to tell me? You gave me gateway.
Eventually, John became a high priest in Palo Mayombe, a form of African spiritualism. As he became more powerful, John took warfare seriously.
The devil told me that I had to go into the neighborhood in the spirit realm in order to weaken it in the natural. Whatever you kill in the spirit realm, you can kill in the natural. So I will leave my body home and I should project myself into different boroughs, different regions, different states, different countries. And as I follow the neighborhood, I would speak curses into the neighborhood, speak things that I wanted to happen into the neighborhood. Sometimes I will go into neighborhoods and I see this group of people in the spirit realm in the corner praying, holding hands, heads bowed, praying up a storm. And there was no accomplishment in that neighborhood. That neighborhood was sanctified, blessed through prayer. You couldn't touch it. But the other neighborhoods, it was party time.
Dealing with these other guys, you're not dealing with the Torah. Their answer is not to come together, keep the law so that we can trust and live among. You can't live among thieves. You can't live among adulterers. You can't. Eventually something's gonna happen, man. Sin, the wages of sin is death, man. Another one I want to jump into right here is their teachings. And it's funny because, you know, my children like to watch a lot of children's shows. So one day I was looking, and I know some of them were like, yeah, they can watch this. Some were like, nah. But a Barney one came up because I'm just looking for children's shows for them to, you know, I like educational ones. And I'm looking at the titles, y'all. I'm looking at the titles of the Barney videos, and it's the same thing that these comedic brothers be teaching. Same thing. You're yourself. Only you can be you. Love yourself. Embrace how your hair grows, and, you know, be good to your friends. And this is what they get on the camera and go live on Instagram. The Barney episodes, y'all. Barney episodes, y'all hear me? These dudes is teaching lamb chop, comedic teachings, man. These brothers is teaching Sesame Street. I dare y'all to sit down. I know a lot of y'all got children. Sit down with your children one day and watch a Sesame Street thing that they got on, or Barney, or one of these I'm showing you. Watch them. They're teaching the same thing that these comedic brothers are teaching. They just add a few gods in it and throw a few curse words and say it with a little bit of vigor, and boom, they got a following. So again, we got to really look at the conscious community and mental health, man. Drug and alcohol abuse is what I be saying. People act like drugs don't have an effect on them. Like when you partake in certain things in certain ways, it doesn't have an effect on you. I'm going to say this. Nothing's wrong with wine. Nothing's wrong with a little drinky drink. And I'm not against marijuana if it's consumed the way the Most High meant for us to consume herbs and meant for us to consume wine, which is not to be a glutton or a drunkard on either one of them and to ingest them, but not to be a glutton or a drunkard, because why? That's when it begins to affect our livelihood. That's when it leads to death at that point. Okay? Maybe not a physical death in that way, but you see the effects. You see the effects. And a lot of people have a lot of anxiety and issues and problems. And again, you got to look into this. You got to look into this. The mental health we need, a big part of it is love thy neighbor. That was one of our commandments, to love thy neighbor. There's no way you need to be up on here making a video about somebody where you got their phone and address and you know where they be at. There's no way. We got too much social media. Talk to these people. But see, people don't want to do that even when that's available. Not saying that that's always. Sometimes you got to take it because sometimes stuff is done in public and you got to protect your name. You got to protect what you're doing. You know, it's very little that's above a good name. You know, and I mean, because it was even a day back in our villages and whatnot. It was even a day back in our villages and whatnot where how do I want to say this? The parents that were marrying off their children would meet the other parents and inquire of that household. They'd be like, okay, well, what is your son like? What is this? What is that? To see how he moves, what he's on before they give their daughter's hand in marriage, and vice versa. Because you didn't want your son you wanted him to marry to a respectable family. So if something happens to y'all, like, you know, he's good, he's taken care of. We don't do that anymore, but that's something that's I'm speaking on here. And a lot of that comes with how we treat and deal with one another. If we're not dealing with one another in the correct fashion, what happens? And especially when brothers ain't keeping it real, and we're giving these brothers platforms, we're giving them views, we're giving them praise, we're basically fueling their fire, especially the ones that's donating to them. You're fueling their fire. They really think that they got something like this dude Hassan Campbell. He got like 4 channels. Not one of them is dedicated to a movement for victims. Mystery Babylon too. But these ain't people we should be. I don't want my son to be like Biggie. I don't want him to have baby mamas and be promoting, you know, beating this woman. Come on, y'all. Would you want your daughter to date a guy like that? Let's keep it 1,000. Yes, he was talented, not to speak ill of the dead, but we don't, just because they're gone, we're not going to glory in their mistakes. That's what I'm on. Now, I know Hassan, some of these other brothers, even in the Israel world, somebody die and they'll bash them. I'm just saying, I'm not going to glorify the wickedness because now they're gone. You wouldn't glorify the wickedness of a slaveholder because he died. You'd be like, oh yeah, what he did was wicked. You know, there's no pleasure in death. But it is what it is when you reap what you sow. So I'm not gonna, just like when what's the brother's name? Dick Gregory died, and brothers is wanting to lament and cry over him. I'm like, brother, he hated the Bible. He constantly spoke against it. So I'm not gonna do that. Let's see where I'm at now. So you see here the Willie Lynch letter, like I said, it was all about making the woman independent of the man, because it was important for them to, like it says in scripture, to bind the strong man so you can take his house and spoil his goods. That was the first thing they had to do. Okay, the enemy cometh not but to steal, kill, and destroy. So again, people went from Christianity, now they back in BLM. Again, we jump on anything, and these people is into witchcraft. Just like here, this dead ancestor worship. Okay, this is what they're dealing with. They're, you know, we've been asking in the Israelite community. Many brothers like myself have been. I've taken some of these brothers to task, these Kemet brothers, and asked them, what is your plan? We have a plan in Israel. Keep Torah for the most part. You got some anti-messianic brothers, but most of them keep the Torah, walk as the Messiah, which that's what I'm on. Keep the Torah, walk as the Messiah. Walk as our king. That's our plan. The Torah, what is that? That's keeping the law. That's thou shalt not commit adultery, thou shalt not steal, thou shalt not murder. Thou shalt not have any gods before me. Thou remember the Sabbath. Thou shalt not covet. But these Kemetic brothers, one thing I'm gonna say is, when they have their wives on or something, like Tariq's followers, every time his wife come in his live feed, man, Negroes be straight disrespectful, and he kind of brushed because the dude's really funny. You know, he's cool. He seems like a cool cat. But it's like, I'm looking at that, I'm like, these are the dudes you. So if we're in the wilderness and let's say Tariq Nasheed and his followers out there, they gonna try to mess with Tariq. Something happen to you, the enemy come and snatch you up. They ain't gonna be. man. Let's get it, man. So you see here, you got the thought lifestyle. You got the cheating norms. You know, he cheat on her, she cheat on him. He cheat like that is toxic. People don't understand. I've seen people lose life and come close to losing life from just that alone. I got family that was going through that right now. But people always say, oh, let people, they grown, they do their thing. Y'all not happy, y'all not doing it right. What's all this drama then? What's all this drama then? Why is everybody angry then? If y'all not doing it right, man. You can't partake in evil and expect it not to affect you. Again, you see to here more of the thought lifestyle norms. This is normal. Okay? And a real man respects real womanhood and real motherhood. I'm gonna say that again. A real man respects real womanhood and real motherhood. He respects the strength of a woman. Not one of those independent trying to act like black men ain't nothing, like the BLM, how they just bash black men all the time. You don't see them ever exalting us in a positive light unless it's somebody that's on the LGBT bandwagon. That's a real man respects a real woman. If you're not dealing with a real man, well, that might be the issue, sister. It's not always you. Sometimes it's what you're dealing with. You're devaluing, like I spoke in the beginning, you're devaluing yourself to deal with a man that's not on your level. And that's my message to my daughters. They, you know, even dealing with friendships, I believe, and I'm a strong believer in this. I was in the world, I am now. You got to be friends first. You got to see how somebody moves as a friend. Can you call this person? Can you trust this person? Do you believe this person? If y'all can't have that, y'all never gonna have a good relationship. If y'all just jump into the boyfriend, y'all never gonna have it. You need to be friends first. That's the whole courting. This generation skips courting. It goes straight to the bed. They skip all that. And then wonder why everything's messed up. You're not taking the steps. But a real man gonna respect a real woman and vice versa, man. It's just that there's a shortage on it. And you see here with the Chicago mayor, what I'm saying here is I'm putting her here as a representation of Israel. We were once comely. We were once, delicate as far as nurturing, loving. I mean, not delicate, weak. And now we're hateful, we're spiteful. It's not a good look on us, man. It's not. So this is the death of masculinity. Even though this is just a meme, there's a reason memes like this go viral. They set up certain memes to go viral. So they want people to see it because they're trying. It's a way that they send out a message. Like when SpongeBob had the SpongeBob meme. Now, all right, I'm out. That was sending a message. The author meme that was sent there. They allow certain stuff to go on all platforms. They want to send a message. Just like a commercial. Everybody knows, like, different slogans for different companies. They want to send that and want to send a message out. Are you getting the message? Because there's usually a message and there's a subliminal message. And this is what is the death of masculinity. That's the message behind this particular one right here. Okay? And this is, again, the trans agenda, the death of masculinity. And I want to just spit this at my sisters real quick. Sitting up here exalting, these gay men, these men that want to be gay and calling them sis and telling them get it bitch and all this or whatever. I just want to say that you can't do that and then turn around and complain about the shoulders of good men. If you're a fan of that activity, you can't. Just like fellas, the whole back in the day when we was, young. Some of us, of course, still now. I'm not saying that, but most of us that awaken to the agenda, we put that away. But the idea of a man with two girls, like a threesome, or I got two girlfriends and this and that, and on some the girls kissing too, because that's what people are doing in this walk of quote unquote awakening, and thinking that that's cool having two women. Brother, isn't that lesbianism? Don't you? I've seen a lot happen, y'all. I've seen where sisters get turned out, man. It's not a good look, man. it again attributes to the breakdown of the household. So we can't be fans of that either. Got girls buying different toys and stuff like that. No, the Most High made you for man. That's why it's not right. There's more domestic violence in those relationships and everything else. The feds actually covered that up. They were doing they had a brother put together a file of gay killings. Because they were the most vicious and raw killings that they seen, and they decided not to do the file. They decided to trash it, as far as, you know, have one place now, because now you have to go search all these different places, I guess, to see it. But they had a file on that stuff. It's like they have a file that deals with pedophiles. They kept that one, but the file that deal with gay killings and relationships, domestic killings, no. Because it goes against the main agenda. When they're trying to push LGBT, why would they want to have a report like that out for the public to see? When people are taught subliminally that dealing with the same sex is easier than a regular relationship that the Most High put together. People walk around believing that. At the same time, it's classified as a mental disorder. You look into it. All right, so let's just get into it. And they put these puppets up again to lead you people astray. That's what they're not leading me astray anymore, but that's what they're there for.
I want to talk about Zion, right? Let's talk about Zion. So, you know, a lot of people has been giving opinions about this little kid wanting to transition and everything. And I feel like a lot of people are forgetting that this is a 12-year-old kid, that before you say your opinions and everything, let's not forget that this is a kid. Let's not forget that this kid could be very, very sensitive. So that's one. And let me tell you something, right? I feel like people are saying that this kid is too young to transition, but it's like, how old is too young? If you are born thinking that you are a girl in a boy's body, how old do you have to be to keep knowing that that's who you are? That's who you are. That's your identity. If that's who you feel that you are, what is the age limit for you to know that that's what you want to be? I've seen a documentary before, not really a documentary, but like a long 18-minute video on YouTube way before this Zaya situation about this 5-year-old little girl that at 5-year-old, she transitioned to be a girl, and she knew that that's what she wanted to be because she knew that she likes to wear dresses, she likes to play with Barbies, and if you're born like that, you're going to forever be like that. And whether the age that you pick it to be, it's your choice. That's like right. All right. There's certain things that I always wanted to do when I was younger, right? And I started to do now that I have money. I'd be like, wow, I wish I would have been learned how to do this. I wish I would have been on this and that. I would have been happy. What's the point of you being older and then transitioning and being like, damn, I should have been do this. I could have been found my happiness if I would have been do it. Let people find their happiness, especially kids. Let them feel comfortable doing what they want to be. And it's true. A lot of trans that I know around me, like when I ask them, like, when did you knew that you wanted, to change? And they said, I always felt like I was a girl. I always felt like I was a girl, like I was born like this. People are born like that. Like the Lady Gaga song, I was born this way. That shit is fucking real. And I know a lot of people is old school. Because, things is some people are old school because the parents, the grandparents that raised them, or the area that they grew up in. A lot of people don't grow up with trans, gay people, this and that. They just don't. So, I understand that they just don't be understanding certain shit. But please try to understand.
And like I said, I'm not trying to knock anybody what they do, but I'm saying when you hear about certain things going on, like if you hear like the mayor of your city is about to do this and that, do you run to the strip club and look at the strippers like, what should we do about this Pebbles? What should we do about this candy? What should we do about this bootylicious? I don't know. Is that the first thing you think, or do you think maybe if you have a friend that works maybe in the DA office, or maybe they're a clerk at the county, or maybe you have an uncle that works? Don't you call somebody that's prominent?
Yeah, man, they would. But I'm like, for real, why you care so much what the Dixie Chicks say? It's not like they political scientists or nothing. They just bitches that can sing good. You know what I mean? Stop worshiping celebrities so much. Just don't listen, pay attention. I remember right around September 11th, Ja Rule was on MTV. That's what they said. They said, we got Ja Rule on the phone. Let's see what Ja's thoughts are on this tragedy. Who gives a fuck what Ja Rule thinks at a time like this, nigga? This is ridiculous. I don't want to dance. I'm scared to death. I want some answers that Ja Rule might not have right now. You think when bad shit happens to me, I'll be in the crib like, oh my God, this is terrible. Could somebody please find Ja Rule, get hold of this motherfucker so I can make sense of all this. Where is Ja? Guide me, Ja Rule.
They got us listening to extra, like, you just got done showing your whole, you walking around naked. You made a strip video. And I want to talk with you about the ruler of the world, even though of the free world, what they call it, America. No, we know that that's a bunch of crap because the president answers to somebody. But you're gonna ask for Cardi B? You really want to see what she got to say about this? I want to hear what any celebrity has to say about that. I want to hear what give me a black Harvard professor. Give me like an Uncle Phil type of person in the world. Give me one of those people that's been working around that type of system that has done their part, their research, and let me hear what they got to say. I don't want to hear what a celebrity has to say, because I already know what y'all were put up there for. Not to say that they're not smart, but I know what you're put up there for. You're put up there for the agenda. Let's keep it all the way 1,000. So again, the thought lifestyle norms, like we can't act like our girls, because like I was telling sisters, going back to the sisters, we can't. I was trying to explain, and I'm doing this video, that the WAP video was not a video for you grown women or you women that's of age. It wasn't for y'all, because the system feel like they already got y'all, which most of the fact is they true. Like they got most of us men. They got most of y'all already to follow the Babylonian pattern, Babylon and its ways. It was for our daughters, and we can't act like our daughters don't look at these people as stars and as cool and as celebrities. Like they are looked at as that. That's what they're looked at. Okay, so going back to the broken home, the Willie Lynch letter. This is how they get the government on the payroll. They get them in our bedrooms, in our house, in our lives, and it's on the payroll. And that's what they want. Like dealing with my wife, like watching her and having to deal with these people on the phone. Like they didn't believe. I'm not trying to say they didn't, but I'm hearing her side, and I'm kind of hearing a little bit of what they're saying in the phone. Like they couldn't believe that she was married. They're like, okay, but you're married, and she's like, yeah, I'm married. Like they're trying to put me on child support. I'm married to her, in the same house and everything. Cause that's what they called, like asking her like several times. I'm not trying to be no conspiracy theories. Y'all know what that term came from the government anyway, to try to get people away from free thinking. But that's what they did. There's a reason, y'all. I don't want to take too long on this, but let's keep it moving. You see here. We are the protectors, okay? Us men, going back to the men, we are the protectors. That's our first goal and duty is to protect the village. If I'm walking down in my neighborhood and I see somebody messing with a child or a woman, even if it ain't my woman, even if it ain't my child, I'm there front and center. I live here too. And that's the way we need to be within our own communities, but it starts at home. If you're not doing that at home, don't get on YouTube and all that and Facebook and Instagram and try to front like you that, because as you can see, it's all coming out. That's why all these people is getting exposed. It ain't people being messy, or it ain't people can't come together. Some of it is that, but some of it is these people just being exposed, man. It's time to expose them. Okay, and I like what Lennon Honor said, the brother. I used some of his videos, but he said here, I have yet to meet one man that has benefited long term from leading a sexually promiscuous lifestyle. I gotta say amen to that. I got friends that I got some brothers that got 3 and 4 baby mamas. They not talking about polygamy. They not talking about marriage. They just talking about, man, like, I wish I would have thought before. I'm happy to have my kids, but it's a lot I gotta go through. I'm gonna leave it at that. It's a lot that they gotta go through. They would have did things differently had they known the outcome. Yeah, we gotta do things in order, man, in order of decency. So again, we gotta flee fornication. It leads to death, man. It leads to death. And like again, if it's not physical death, mental or whatever, I mean, it's a lot of things that go along with that. And then you got actual death that goes with that. You know, again, the cheating and everything else. Like, even if you do get married and say, okay, I'm married, you know, I'm trying to do it right, but you out there acting a fool, beating on your wife, you cheating or whatever, or she cheating, like, y'all basically, you know, in the works. I know some couples that's like this, old and young, you know, they married, but they both doing their thing, set in the world. You can't turn around and say, well, I'm married. That's supposed to be a title of honor. You know what I'm saying? The Most High have a marriage covenant with Israel. It's like a marriage covenant. Us being a woman and being a man. And what do you think is gonna happen when the sky cracks open and you going against the covenant in the earth? How can he trust you with this heavenly covenant? There's things that we don't like to discuss, we don't like to talk about, but this is the facts. We can't be pro-black, pro-family, and condone all this fornication, man. I'm sure it doesn't mix. You can't have your cake and eat it too. The Most High, He created marriage for you to have that cake that you so much desire, that we all desire at some point, right? Most of us, you know. That's what He set it up for. But if you're gonna go against it, you can't then complain about it. Yes, child support. Yes, it's need. I can see where it's needed, but I can see how the system would be. And everybody's keeping the law to the best of their ability. How hard would it be for a pedophile to get up in there and screw that up? It wouldn't be easy. Because somebody's cousin, somebody's brother, somebody's auntie would see something and they would tell the uncle, and the uncle would get the other uncles together. This is what it is, man. What's wrong with this? This is what's wrong with this? But we want to partake in the wickedness and then complain about the results of it. Those days is coming to an end, man. The Most High is beginning to, I believe, to lift His mercy, to begin to give the Babylon and the followers of that system, He's beginning to give them the fruits of their doing. I'm not trying to be harsh saying this, but this is what it is. He's giving y'all the fruits that you're doing. You've been doing this all these years. You've been doing. Now it's coming out. I seen affairs getting busted up. People going to jail, never went to jail, friends fighting and never fought before, because the Most High is beginning. He's lifting that grace. He didn't lift it completely, of course, because He's a graceful God, a graceful power, Elohim, Ahaya. But He's not gonna. He winks at ignorance only for so long. Okay. So again, section 4, the foundation of the wickedness is rising to the ceiling. Because as the brother Uncle Chad, may he rest peacefully, said, how you start is how you gonna end. Now that's not always true, but for the most part that is true with a lot of things in this earth. How it started, this country was built on the sex trade, on the sex trade. With the slave trade, it was a sex trade with that. With both the northern kingdom that was here, the Israelites that was here from 2nd Esdras 13 to the ones that they brought over on the slave ships, which were from mostly of the southern kingdom. This country was built on the sex slave, on the sex trade. So now that the pedophilia is coming out, the pedophilia rings, and this person's being a pedophile, and this person being outed, for me it's not much of a surprise, because I did my research and I understand what this country was. It was built on that. It didn't, and it never really went away. It went underground. That's why you can look at any point in history, they were still doing this. I'll take you example real quick. In the 1960s, 1950s, before we know the computers and all that was in the hospitals, women and people in general had a lot of respect for the doctors and the nurses. So I'm gonna get into more in the section. They don't want us to trust the healthcare system anymore with this COVID thing. But back in those days, people respected the doctors and nurses. If they said, hey, you need to do this, you need to do that, you need to do this, people just did it. They didn't ask any questions. And it was, there's stories, again, you can please do your research if you think I'm tripping on anything I'm bringing out here, because I'm just trying to get through this quick. But there was stories, many stories you can look up online where women were having babies. The nurse would come in, the birthing nurse would come in and say, hey, the baby didn't make it, I'm sorry. That's it, my condolences. The woman would believe her and just, you know, stay in the hospital a day or more and leave. And what's happening is a lot of these stories were coming up because the people were finding out that those doctors and nurses lied. That they sold that, or they got that baby adopted by somebody, or they sold it into sex slavery or into something else, you know, into another family, another country. And that's what I mean, this is a dark side of the earth, but that's why I have to show y'all these things in the video. This is, you look at the number of people that go missing, you think I'm showing you these clips in order to scare you or to aware you. I'm trying to aware you, make you aware. But I can only lead the horse to water. I can't make nobody drink, but I'm bringing pails, you dig what I'm saying? So the wickedness that it was built on is rising to the top. That's why it was never great. From the arrival of the foreigner, they have been torturing us, they've been oppressing us, and it will not stop. So let's just look at some of the things that we see as normal that actually came from racist backgrounds.
Eeny, meeny, miny, mo, catch a tiger by the toe. If he hollers, let him go. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo.
Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. When he squeals, let him go. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo.
5 little monkeys jumping on the bed. One fell off and bumped his head. So Mama called the doctor and the doctor said,
no more monkeys jumping on the bed.
10 little nigger boys going out to dine. One overate himself.
And then there were 9.
9 little nigger boys sat up very late. One overslept himself.
And then there were 8.
Chinese, Japanese, dirty knees. Look at these.
Chinese, goodies.
I jumped aboard the telegraph and traveled down the river. Electric fluid magnified and killed 500 niggers.
Chillin' on shortening bread.
Like here, you see when black cops shoot, they get charged with murder. You don't hear these stories last long in the media. You'll hear him, he shot that white woman, took his butt to jail. You know, and they've come out with a report as of last month. Matter of fact, last month they came out with a report saying basically what I've been saying on these videos, that the justice system is set up at a slant. And I'm just not just talking about men or women. I'm talking about black people and white people. It's in the reports that the same judge will give more time to one person for the same crime as a white person. We can't keep ignoring that. And you see here the cultural appropriation, and I put this up here again. I used this pic before, but to talk about Vlad, like these people, and you look at their platform, and some people are kind of confused because he has a lot of pro-black stuff on there, but he's using it for his benefit. Like I need my black people to understand people will use your pain for their benefit. Like, ladies, I'll give you an example. You got out of a bad relationship or a hard relationship, a hard bad breakup, and you go out with your homegirls or whatever, and there's some guy at the bar buying you drinks. And maybe you're telling him all your business about, or you have a co-worker, better yet, let's get out the club. You have a co-worker. Let's give you a story. You have a co-worker and you went through a bad breakup, and you're telling this co-worker about it, and he seems like he's listening, he cares, and he's seen you after work, and y'all start talking, and then he's trying to boom, boom, boom. You gotta understand, he's not trying to, and let's say he messed with 2 other girls in the office. He's not trying to deal, he's just trying to get you, he wants you to be another notch in the belt. So he's using your pain, your story, in order to manipulate you, and that's what happens. Okay? Just because they sit up here and let us on their platforms and let us drop records and let us do movies about some of this truth that's coming out, doesn't mean that they're on our side. They're just like, okay, we're gonna rake in some of these black dogs. Go ahead. We're gonna do a movie about the Moors and do a movie about the Israelites that were enslaved under Islam and how they rose up in the world and made great inventions and universities and wrote books. We'll let you do a movie on that. And this is gonna be big because it's something that's kind of brewing. Everybody's kind of getting in touch with our ancient history. And they're gonna take that money and turn around and make another slave movie. And make another movie about action, and eventually people ain't gonna be talking about the Moor movie anymore. You see what I'm saying? This is what they do. And the actors and people that was in it, that was part of it, let's say I was the director, they may not give me another job. I mean, yeah, we got you. Just like these 360 deals that they give to these artists. Artists come out with a hit, and then you don't hear from them anymore. Come on, y'all. So, again, you can't deal with these half-truths. A half-truth is a whole lot. Because they'll tell us some truth. Some of these Gentiles will tell us some truth, but they'll do it in their way with their twist. Just like Satan in the field when he told Eve, "You get apple, your eyes will be open," but he didn't. You won't die. See, it won't die was a lie. Her eyes was open. Oh, excuse me. He told her he could eat when Satan told Eve she could eat the fruit in the tree, that her eyes will be open. She'll know good and evil, right? But at what cost? He didn't tell her the cost. So that's what these enemies are doing. They'll tell us a little truth, and then they'll call us Jewish and stuff. No, we're not. You're the one that's Jewish, not us. We're Jewed up. So again, I'm gonna get into some more of these videos. Y'all check them out, and this is what they want. See, because now the wickedness that was again built on this country is now coming to the forefront. It's nothing new under the sun.
The grooming of the next. This is going to be the grooming of the next generation.
That's the whole goal, is to make kids that aren't used to seeing something like me more comfortable to seeing it.
The woman gets up on her table, spreads her legs. It's a man. This is adult entertainment.
But what do predators do? They target children.
Start them young, right?
Breaking news, we have just confirmed that a registered child sex offender has been reading to children at a Houston public library as part of its drag queen story hour.
Shake your butt, shake 'em, shake 'em, shake 'em, shake 'em, shake 'em.
What alternate universe is this? What planet did I wake up in?
What has this world come to? Some people consider it provocative. It's not inappropriate.
Family programming. Love it.
There is now a push to normalize pedophilia.
This is going to be marketed to children. It's going to sexualize children. It's going to tell girls they can be boys, boys they can be girls. And it's the same kids that they just forced to watch the Cardi B softcore porn video. And so this is just a big demonic exercise.
It make me feel liberated. Right here on her privates. And if you push those, she makes these sounds.
Now, does anybody in this room know how to twerk?
I couldn't even get through one episode of Big Mouth. I mean, it's literally children having the raunchiest, most disgusting, sexually oriented conversation.
Meow, meow. Who's got the cream?
Me, I've got the cream.
It will never be okay as much as Hollywood wants it to be.
Under MK Ultra, they experimented on children. We were even taught this in psychophysiology program that if you get to a child between ages 1 and 6 or 1 or 8, especially with sexual abuse or sexual trauma, you will split their personality and they will be imprinted the rest of their life. And many times that results in split personalities and dissociative behavior and other things. And that's why it takes critical thinking. The people have got to look at this stuff critically and see what they're being fed so they can cross that psychological line that they just refuse to see it when it's right in front of them.
People that blow the whistle on elite pedophiles tend to have accidents.
We are grooming the new generation of Americans to be fully embracing of diversity and inclusivity.
Humanistic education.
Singer Celine Dion, let them have those things.
Yeah.
It's pushing. No one that gets that joke except us, but
okay.
What's going on?
This line is called Celine Nu. I swear to God.
What?
That's it. Celine Nu. And this is the website. It says, to liberate children from the traditional roles of boy and girl. It's to amplify the discussion about a humanistic education which is gender-free. She rolled out this new fashion line, and it's in conjunction with an Israeli fashion line, with this very bizarre ad. Oh. She walks into a maternity ward, blows glitter around the room. All the boys are in blue, the girls are in pink, not after she does her magic. And then in one of the bassinets, this big voodoo doll appears. It's a very strange line. See it on the right-hand side of your screen? See it?
Ew.
Okay.
Why is that enticing for a clothing?
Let me show you the bizarre fashions, okay? These are gender neutral, but they're very dark. There are skulls in the collection. Why you would put babies in skulls, I don't know. Bones.
Planned Parenthood.
There's this all-seeing eye that's, a big thing with
is that kind of the Antifa child?
Secret groups.
What was that?
Bizarre. And this group, this Nu, they have demonic designs with horn hoodies for kids.
I thought it was Halloween.
Very dark.
Good as that.
Look at this. This is from their Instagram.
That looks like something out of the Wizard of Oz when the Lollipop Kids. Or
It's
when
really
the
sick.
Lullaby League came.
Well, Celine Dion and the founders of this brand explained themselves in a CNN interview. Watch this.
We're at Celine Nu trying to shape the future of all human beings by saying, find your own individuality.
We bring a new order as a concept
into the world.
Do you know what? You don't know what they're going to become later. And you don't want for them to have psychologiquement a problem of growth. And say, I'm supposed to be like that, I'm supposed to say that, I'm supposed to dress like this, because I'm a guy, I'm a boy, I'm supposed to do... No, you don't know.
I think that's what people are going to say about this line. Celine, no.
No, this is going to go the way of Murphy Brown, okay? It's all going to be rejected by the customer. I don't even understand this.
Unless you're a member of the Addams family or a satanic cult, why would you dress your infant in this wear?
But they admitted what their goals are.
A new order.
They want a new order. They want to affect the culture, change the way people...
Yeah. Her heart may go on. Her sails are going to go the way of the Titanic.
Who are the helping hands organizations, Raymond? Do you think? Oh, this is a tease. Okay.
You're moving on.
I'm moving on
to
from
the
you.
next segment. Wait a minute. I want her to put an insignia. You know, Izod has the crocodile. I want the sinking ship from Titanic because that's where this line is headed. Now I've got it.
Okay.
Now you go.
Was played last week in court. Thankfully, the kid was saved. There was a couple of more people that joined it at the end. But it really just happens this quick, guys. We have to watch our children. We have to watch other people's children. We have to be ready. Supposedly the guy was on drugs, but I think it was intentional.
Okay, see, you see the picture here, the thought norms. Again, they're trying. That's why they're trying to again attack. This section is more about how they're doing it to the children. They're attacking the children. They want to get them young. Okay, if they teach them all this bad stuff young, how you train up a child is how they will grow up. Okay, that's why I'm supposed to train them up in the word. You see this cutie show, and I see a lot of people talking about this thing. Now I can't speak for everybody, but a lot of us, I don't get no like that video I did that Disney, the Disney teaching our girls to, you know, to worship the whorish lifestyle. When I'm showing that, I'm not getting off by that. I'm not getting sensationalized by that. I hate to even show y'all a lot of this stuff. I have to pray over first, because like showing y'all footage of kids getting shots and going through seizures. Stuff like that, people showing domestic violence on here, showing goes on at some of these gay strip clubs. Like, I don't get off by showing y'all none of this stuff, and that's why I show like a little clip here just to show you what I'm talking about and how it's off. But I don't get off by showing, like, I'm just showing you this is where they want us to go, this is where they're leading us to. But I don't get off by showing y'all none of this stuff. It's really hard to, but I have to show y'all, because before, when I was just talking about it, people were like, yeah, you know, maybe it's something you seen, maybe it's something you didn't. But see, I gotta show y'all these clips. That's why I go back to real reality, man. But this is what they want, man. And you see here with these pedo rings being exposed, it's all coming to the end. It's all coming to the end of its manifestation. Okay? And you see the pedo agenda, the LBGTQ connection. It's all connected. And that's what people got to realize. They keep trying to disconnect it like it's not connected. It is connected. It is connected. It's not saying that everybody that's gay is a pedophile or they were dealing with pedophiles, but to say it's not a connection, you need to look at NAMBLA. You need to look at a lot of things that's been putting out, excuse me, that I've been putting out years on this platform. This isn't a subject I'm just not touching. So again, that's what they want to turn us into, hoes and plastic thugs, man.
Give that something. Joe, hopefully you give that something, Joe, on the mic. Yeah, he high as hell. Damn. Come check on your peoples, whoever. He acting crazy. You just acting like a fish, shorty. Lord. Y'all, hey, somebody gotta check on their peoples, boy. Shorty. Call 911, Lord. Everybody got Ooh, shit. Hey, somebody, come on, let's help him, Lord. Let's help him. Hey. No, hey, I'm not fucking this stuff up. On the real. Lord, don't hurt yourself, T. Hey, Joe. This shit ain't funny, Lord. On Neil. On the fan. Man, call the ambulance, Lord. On there, motherfucker, on the fence.
Boring this shit, man.
Yeah. Call the ambulance. Be cool, bro. Be cool. Be cool. Be cool. Be cool. Be cool. Be cool, man. Damn. Be cool. He fucking himself up. Be cool. You gonna be alright. You gonna be alright, man. Come on. Call the ambulance, man. Mama. Damn, man. You gonna be alright, bro. Be alright. Be cool. Be cool. Be cool, man. I got this weed on me, man. No, it's in my hand right here. Hold him down, bro. Don't let him. Hey, Nizzy, put this up. So I can put this up. Ain't nobody got no wood. Man, Joe.
So again, here with the thought lifestyle, drugs being the norm as well. Again, this is kill us. Slow. It's a slow kill, but that's what they want. Okay, they know we don't. Come on, a high person doesn't make the best the decision. It alters your it alters your mentality. You dig what I'm saying? This is why brothers like when they meet a girl, oh, you know, you do this, you do that, so I can get your choice of whatever it is, give you an extra amount so that you're not gonna make the right decision, and they can get that pleasure that they wanted, man. Let's keep it 1,000, man. Okay, so we gotta peep game what we let into ourselves and what manner that we do it in. You know what I'm saying? This stuff is meant to not to help us. And also here you see with the GMO foods, the sticker label, so they're also drugging us. They're also killing us. So we just got to be vigilant. You know what I'm saying? And that's the whole thing. The scripture where it says, you know, they will drink poison and not die, man. That's what we've been doing. All this corn syrup that they've been putting in our food. You can't tell that that's not part of that prophecy. You dig what I'm saying? But we still here. Like Pharaoh tried to kill the Hebrews back then. They were still here. We still growing. If we just do right, like a brother put up, our future doesn't depend on how the white man treats us, but how we treat each other. There's going to be weapons formed against us. They are formed against us. But it doesn't say that they're going to prosper though. But we got to get in line with the Most High. None of these Egypt guys, none of this woe stuff, none of these organizations that's basically leading us to the same agenda that we just tried to get away from when we left the Christian church. Our atheism or whatever else where we came from. When we joined BLM, we joined these alphabet letter organizations. You dig what I'm saying? And act like ain't no COINTELPRO there. Are you serious, man? Are you serious? You can't be serious, man. As effective as COINTELPRO was, you think that they stopped that whole system. Let's keep it 1,000, man. So again, beware of these vaccines, man.
Got my COVID vaccine. I'm feeling great. What the hell? What the heck? What the heck was that? What? Hello? Am I tripping? What the fuck?
So you see in this picture, you see COVID with the airborne lines. That's why I wanted to take more screenshots, and I did have some, but this is one I did keep from previous videos. Yeah, they said it wasn't airborne. Now it's airborne. And they even came out and said, yeah, we said that, but then we changed it. Yeah, we said that, but we was wrong. They're based like the news, the government, and the medical industry has been coming out and saying we lied about this, we lied about that. They've been coming out expressing that, saying that, right? The reason that they're doing that is because they want to shake your faith in their system, which you shouldn't have any faith in their system. But the ones that do is to shake their faith in it so that they can then when they do come out with something like with this election, there's gonna be, no matter who wins, there's gonna be people on both sides that's not gonna believe it. How did he win? He should have won. How did they win? They shouldn't have won. There's gonna be people on both sides because the system is not being, it's not there. The trust that, again, that people had in it, the veil's being lifted. It's showing that it is corrupted from the core, but people still have so much faith in it, and they're destroying your faith in it. So you're unhappy, and they have a bunch of unhappy people protesting and rioting. What do you think they're gonna get from that? Do you understand what the FEMA camps are for now? Is it starting to come? This has been in the works for years, decades. So again, they have the COVID vaccine ingredient, LUCIFER'S. Lucifer right in it. Do y'all see? Why would they name it that? They're not even hiding anymore. Which I'm showing you here. So again, I'm show this woman on the plane that's speaking to this woman about white supremacy. Because yes, the ruling whites have made it where their race comes first. Like I said, the first shall be last and the last shall be first. Well, we're last, so we're going to be first. Well, who's first?
But you need to understand, you
who's
don't run
ruling the
America,
world?
everyone's seated at this time.
It's not hard to see that Rome is the 14th. But let's get to
guess
it.
what? When I was 14, they said, oh, you people are so the same. I slapped the shit out that white bitch when she told me that all y'all white people are so the same. And that's how I got off that bus in Richmond, California. So you can think all you want to. All y'all people is all the same. That's what y'all teach in your house. But black people don't teach that hate in our house. You need to understand that. Yeah, we don't teach hate in our house. Y'all teach hate in your house. Y'all narcissists. But you ain't gonna play that shit with me, yes. Because I'm not a slave. I never came from Africa. I'm an indigenous person to this country. You shut up. Let me tell you instead of what your mama taught you. Let me tell you the truth. I'm the queen in this motherfucker. You understand me? You came from my color. Black make every color. You understand me? Black make every. Your people are going extinct. And that's why you're mad. You can't procreate. That's what eugenics was about. That's what eugenics, the Darwin theory, because y'all know the truth. I've been waiting to say this. I've been waiting to say this all my life. You're mad because only black people have the genes to procreate. And y'all know the truth. You come from me. A black person can make any color in Africa, white with blue eyes and blonde hair, just like you. Have a twin, one my color and one your color. It's called Esau and Jacob. You be quiet. Yeah, for real. And I got the promise to my people. And you mad. Because the promise is coming. You understand me? You'll never, you can take me to jail. You're mad. Go ahead. Now let me let my people know the truth on this motherfucker. Esau and Jacob, you mad because the promise is coming to my people. And you think we stole the birthright? But it's, shut up, bitch. It's coming to us. It's coming to us. You understand me? You can't do nothing about it. That's why y'all so mad. But this whole corona shit is all about is that God is coming back for his people. And I don't give a damn. He's black. And when it comes, y'all gotta get this racist shit out of here. Because if you don't, you can't accept the Lord Jesus Christ. And I don't give a damn. That's what it's all about. Because he looks like you and he looks like me. That's what he looks like. I'm tired of it. She gonna get it. They think I got so much white privilege to tell people what to do, but she need to understand California is a black queen. And that's who I am. I will. I don't have a problem. She laughing is funny, but she need to understand and respect the queen when she see one in her face. Bow down, bitch, because your eyes is recessive. I got the dominant gene. I took all. I got A+, and all of it. Okay, Mom. That's right. I'm sorry. That's right. It's trying to be everything. Everything. We A+. You got the recessive gene. I got the dominant gene. The brown eyes and skin.
So again, she was just speaking to this woman about something I've been screaming about, the Eve gene, okay? And our black households, again, we don't teach hate. We don't teach hate. Have you not seen how we embrace other nations? We have a problem embracing each other. That's where a large of our problems lie. We have no problem embracing Hindu, yoga, anything outside, anything foreign. We don't have any problem. Kemet, Them Africans, they got all types of racist names for us too. Like you see Dr. Umar talking about Africa this, Africa that, polite Africa this, Africa that, Sonetta, Africa this, Africa that. When have you seen a group of Africans travel to the US and sit up there and have a conference with these brothers? These Negroes been out for 20 years probably. I know they've been out for at least 10 because I've been watching in the corners and coming back through and doing this to show y'all. They've been out for some years doing this work. So-called, well, doing their work. I'll put it like that. They're doing their work because I can't say all that is righteous. Some of the stuff they do is cool, but come on, when you worshiping other guys, what does it come to? So, you know, when have you seen a group of Africans come down and build with them? When have you seen a group of Africans around Umar? When have you seen a group of Africans around Polite? Now, I'm not speaking on all Africans because we do have some Israelites in Africa, as I've showed y'all, dealing with like the Limba tribe, dealing with some of the Yoruba, the Igbo people. I've showed you all this, the Fulani, right? But they're dealing with the same stuff over there that we're dealing with over here, just that they dealing with the African man and the white man, and we dealing with all the Gentile nations, but mostly with the white man. You dig what I'm saying? But you don't, all these brothers preach of Africa, everything. You see any Africans with them? Y'all need to ask these questions, man. These dudes saying the black woman's God and ain't married. You ain't married your goddess, brother. You love them to death. They the goddess, they the earth, they the life, they the, you know, the portal which we come through. You ain't married? You not with your kids, the ones that came through the portal, you not with them? But you always run around here with all these pictures of all these other women and running with your money and doing shows. And y'all gonna get it, man. Y'all gonna get this work. So we're gonna get into a couple videos. Y'all check this out, man.
Among other people on this earth whose condition was parallel to that of the 22 million Afro-Americans in this country. The time is on the side of the oppressed today. It's against the oppressor. And truth is on the side of the oppressed today. It's against the oppressor. You don't need anything else. So I would just like to say this in my conclusion. You'll see it. You'll see terrorism that will terrify you. And if you don't think you'll see it, you are trying to blind yourself to the historic development of everything that's taking place on this earth today. You'll see other things. Why will you see them? Because as soon as people realize that it's impossible for a chicken to produce a duck egg, even though they both belong to the same family of fowl, so-called fowl, a chicken just doesn't have it within its system to produce a duck egg. It can't do it. It can only produce according to what that particular system was constructed to produce. The system of this country cannot produce freedom for an Afro-American. It is impossible for this system, this economic system, this political system, this social system, this system, period. It is impossible for it, as it stands, to produce freedom right now for the black man in this country. It's impossible. And if ever a chicken did produce a duck egg, I'm quite sure you'd say that it was certainly a revolutionary.
Well, we're justified in seeking civil rights if it means equality of opportunity, because all we're doing there is trying to collect for our investment. Our mothers and fathers invested sweat and blood. 310 years we worked in this country without a dime in return. I mean, without a dime in return. You let the white man walk around here talking about how rich this country is, but you never stop to think how it got rich so quick. It got rich, you made it rich. You take the people who are in this audience right now, they're poor, we're all poor as individuals. Our weekly salary individually amounts to hardly anything. But if you take the salary of everyone in here collectively, it'll fill up a whole lot of baskets. It's a lot of wealth. If you can collect the wages of just these people right here for a year, you'll be rich, richer than rich. When you look at it like that, think how rich Uncle Sam had to become. Not with this handful, but millions of black people, your and my mother and father, who didn't work an 8-hour shift, but worked from can't see in the morning until can't see at night. And work for nothing, making the white man rich, making Uncle Sam rich. This is our investment. This is our contribution, our blood. Not only did we give of our free labor, we gave of our blood. Every time he had a call to arms, we were the first ones in uniform. We died on every battlefield the white man has. We have made a greater sacrifice than anybody who's standing up in America today. We have made a greater contribution and have collected less. Have collected less.
And so, we, as black people, you came into the Caribbean. If you read Columbus's log, he said he found paradise and a people who took gold for granted. We use gold for little artifacts, but it's no big deal to us. When the white man saw gold, he went mad. He called it a gold rush, and he started to kill people for a metallic object. The white man, he came into what he called a new world. And so all of a sudden you started to name things. So that's why you called it America, based on what was his name? Amerigo Vespucci, a Caucasian. That's why you called it Africa, based on the European explorer called Africanus. You went into America, you called it New York. That's right. Because it was new to you. You called it New England. You called it New Zealand. You called it Newfoundland. Because it was new to you. But to us, we were already there. That's why we're called aboriginals. Ab, meaning abstracted from the Father. From God himself. Original, meaning the first. But you won't find Caucasian people calling themselves aboriginal anywhere on the planet. Because you're the new man, Paul Newman. You're a brand new man to the planet. And I say again, because I know you think we're joking, and we don't back up from this one iota. We made you. We made you. This is real. I'm saying it's a psychological thing with white people where you want to find your place. And your scientists and your historians, they spend so much time asking the question, where do we come from? Because they are puzzled as to your origin. They ask the question, why do we kill the way we do? Because there's a different nature. You have a different nature to the rest of the members of the human family. Look at the Chinese, look at the Asians, look at the black people. All of us got dark eyes. All of us got black hair. The only one on the planet who's got ginger hair, blonde hair, brown hair, grey hair, brunette. You see, you gotta understand pedigree, and you gotta understand mongrelization. I'm telling you the truth. Go ahead. Because when you got a dog and it's all spotted and all different colors, you call it a mongrel. But when you see a pedigree, it is uniformed. And it has a consistency to it. And the white man, you just came yesterday, and you are a mixture of us. You are the colored man. You are the one that's gone around the world making everything based on color. You were the one who went into Australia. You were the one who went into South Africa. You were the one who went into Asia and classified people and things based on color. That's why you call one of us octoroon, another one quadroon, another one half-caste, another one mulatto. I mean, these are classifications from you, not from us. We never saw people based on their color. We saw people as human beings. But the white man is the one who came along and made all of these classifications. And the Caucasian person is a person who is anti-nature. That's why when the sun comes out, I'm energized. Me and the sun, we got a relationship. I love the sun. I don't need no sunscreen. I don't get cancer from the sun. Me and the sun have got a good relationship. I love it and it loves me. But white people, you got to put sunblock on. You got to hide from the sun, because now you might get a little melanoma. Part of me on you, that means your death. Why would the life giver, which is the sun, be against your very life? Why is it that instead of harmonizing with the planet, you're forever trying to fight against nature? Why is it that when I come out of my mother's womb as a baby, I've got natural rhythm? But white people, for you to learn to dance, you gotta write it out, paint the steps on the floor. My women, they walk with a great big house on their head in Africa and in the Caribbean by nature. Perfect balance, perfect poise. Nobody has to teach them. But the white woman, when she is coming from the aristocracy and she's going through finishing school, she has to have a little book placed on her head to teach her how to walk properly. Because it's not natural to you, but it's natural to us. It is natural to the black people. It comes out of us like a web comes out of a spider.
All right. Anybody notice that these two pieces of paper are the same size? Do you notice that they have the same amount of ink on them? Do you notice that they're made out of the same virtually worthless stuff? It's paper. Did you get it? It's paper. When we create money, we have created an instrument of value that has no value of its own. And it's just as expensive or inexpensive to print the 20 as it is to print the 1. I'm here to prove to you that bankers, especially in the Federal Reserve System, make multiplied trillions of dollars and never create one thing of value. Are you with me? You want to learn this or not? Are you sure? An automaker might make 1 or 2% profit. A builder might make 10% profit. But the printers of money have no limit to the amount of money they can create and the wealth that they can create for themselves. Money's the bloodline of a civilized society. It's the instrument by which a product is sold or bought. Reduce the supply of money below the necessary levels to sustain trade. Reduce the amount of this in the system below the levels necessary to sustain the current trade, and you create a depression. In 1930, let me ask you a question. Did we not have farms? In 1930, did we not have factories? Did we have the greatest roadway system in the world at that time? Yes. Did we have the greatest communication system in the world at that time? Yes. Did we have the greatest opportunity of trade with oceans on both sides and water systems like the Mississippi River running through the width and breadth of this nation? Did we have ability to move our goods and services? Yes. Did we have transportation and roadways? Yes. What did we not? Did we lack workers? Then what happened? I'll tell you what happened. The bankers decided no more money for you. They got out of the stock market. I can give you the family names. They got out of the stock market the year before. Do you know all the money that was lost in the stock market as people began to sell their stocks one after the other, after the other, after the other, and stocks that were valued at $10,000 were selling for 15 cents? And then they had to make a run on the bank because the banks, the stock market had said, oh, I'll tell you what you can do. You can borrow on margin. In other words, you can buy, the economy's really good here in the late 20s. Here's what you can do. You can borrow on margin for stocks. You can buy a stock at $100 worth of stock, you can buy it for $10, and we'll lend you the other money to buy the stock, and the stock is skyrocketing, so you stand to make a great profit. What they didn't tell the American people, and what you still don't know today, is that when they did that, they also put into that legislation that they would have a 24-hour recall. In other words, however much stock you bought, it would make a lot of money, but they could call that stock in, and you would be required not only to pay for the stock, but to pay for what you borrowed at interest from them. In other words, now you got to pay the $100 that they loaned you, but they're the ones that are calling it in. So when they called it in, you didn't have the money to pay for it, so you ran to the bank. But the bank only keeps 20% money on hand. They loan the rest of it out, so only 20% of the people could get any of their money out of the bank. So the banks collapsed, the stock market collapsed, all at the whim of the bankers who decided they wanted to make the money. Watch me. Watch me. All that stuff was being sold. $100,000 farms were selling for $3,000. Who do you think bought them? Why are you looking at me funny? You know what you're looking at? You're looking like sheep that have been led to the slaughter and didn't know it. I'm going to continue. Can I continue? We didn't lack industrial capability. If you don't believe me, I just told you what started the Great Depression. Let me tell you what ended it. World War II. And all of a sudden, the same banks that said no money for farms, no money for food, put people in soup lines, no money for commerce, no money for railroads, no money for roads, no money, no money. All of a sudden said, war? And all of a sudden, factories that were closed down began to work 3 shifts. Where'd the money come from? The same pockets that refused to give it before. Because they decide when it will be printed, how much will be printed, and how much usury or interest will be paid. Not the federal government. The federal government has no say in it, as I will prove to you. Say, debt is a devil.
Reveal some things. First of all, is that the Jews who were brought in Israel, most of them are white. Not most of them, almost all of them are white, including me. I was brought in Israel from a country which is called Bulgaria. It's a European country, and I can tell you that in every European country there are Jews, and there is so-called organization, Jewish Agency, which is trying to take those Jews to Israel. If you track this organization, you can find out that this is not an Israeli organization. This is an American organization. Jewish Agency is an American organization which has the exclusive right to decide who is Jewish and who is not on this planet, and who to be taken to Israel and who's not. Now, if you do research, you will find out that in Africa, in Black Africa, they're looking for Jews only in Ethiopia. They bring Jews only from Ethiopia. And I can tell you by knowing a lot of people, Ethiopian Jews here in Israel, that they're treated very badly, very badly. And many of them commit suicide because they cannot take it. So they come from some place, Ethiopia, they don't have much there, but they live decent life. And when they come here and try to be humiliated and so on, some of them cannot even take it. Now, what I'm trying to say is that why from each white country this Jewish agency is trying to bring Jews, and when it's about Black Africa, they're going to Ethiopia, and this is where they stop. The only one place. Now, because of the same thing, they're trying to do the white supremacy here. They try to bring white guys here and to take the supremacy over Arabs, which are the local citizens, and over blacks, which are so far they're only the Ethiopian Jews. Now, what I'm trying also to say is that another question is why America needs Israel in Israel there is no oil like in other Middle Eastern countries. There's nothing they can be attracted to. But why do they do all these things? Why do they invest money, bring white people and so on? When they build their system of white supremacy, just like in America they build in Israel. Why? And I can tell you why. Because the true Jews, according to the Bible, you can check it in the Bible, you can read Job 30:30 and some other places. They have never been white. They have been people of color. And they have not stopped in Ethiopia. They were in Ethiopia, Sudan, and they have settled in West Africa. From West Africa, they have been taken as slaves to America. Brothers and sisters, blacks of America, it's you. You are the true Hebrews. You are the true Hebrews from the Bible. America gonna do everything, gonna invest as much money as it has, gonna fight as much wars as they can, gonna invite as much weapons as they can just to hide this away from you. Gonna take Israel, gonna bring white people here and to tell you these are the Jews, gonna kill you, gonna kill Arabs, gonna mistreat white people like this guy just to tell you this lie that you are nobody and we are the Jews with all the history and so on. It has been deleted, your history. You don't know who you are. Don't forget about it. This is why America has been taking your history away, never to find out that it's all about you. I'm telling you this, please. I don't ask you to come to Israel and to start a revolution. I'm just asking you to start thinking this way, to believe me a little bit, because I'm living in Israel and I'm part of this injustice. I really believe that people like me and you, we can bring the justice back. Thank you.
Blue eyes. My sister-in-law, who's half black, half white, but looks white. Blue eyes, whiter than most white folks, very white. She and I, we kind of grew up together. We raised our children together. So they're first cousins, and it's a wonderful, very, very multicultural family. So we're going in a Safeway one day. And Kathleen, my sister-in-law, is in front of me. And she's, writing a check for her groceries. Now, my daughter, who at the time was 10 years old, was standing with me, and I was directly behind her, getting ready to get my groceries. So Kathleen comes up, and the checker, who's a strawberry blonde, freckled, very delightful, warm, the checker, this young woman, is talking to Kathleen. Hey, how you doing? Isn't it a nice day today? They're just chatting up, and says, yeah. So Kathy writes her check, and she steps off to the side with her groceries because she's waiting for me. Of course, again, Kathleen looks white, right? So I come up. No conversation. She looks up at me. Absolutely no, just a little chatter. And I write my check. My daughter, however, is 10, notices immediately the difference in how she responds to me. So I write my check, and she goes, I'm going to need 2 pieces of ID. At which point, my daughter looks at me, and she gets very, very embarrassed, and tears are kind of coming up in her eye, like, Mommy, you're not gonna let her do this. Why is she doing this to us, right? So I'm trying to figure out what I should do, because behind me are 2 elderly white women, right? And I'm thinking, okay, so then I become the angry black woman, right? And they're gonna be, and I'm just trying to second guess all the drama. So then I just give her the 2 pieces of ID. I said, some things you gotta choose your battles, right? And then it gets worse. She pulls out the bad check book, right? So this is the book that shows the people who've written bad checks. So she starts searching for my license in the bad checks, at which point it's just out of control now. Just as I'm standing there trying to decide what to do, and it's really deeply humiliating. Now my daughter is in full-blown emotionally upset, who's 10. My sister-in-law walks back over. And she steps in and she says, excuse me, why are you doing this? And the checker goes, well, what do you mean? She goes, why are you taking her through all of these changes? Why are you doing that? She goes, well, this is our policy. She goes, no, it's not your policy because you didn't do that with me. Oh, well, I know you've been. She goes, no, she's been here for years. I've only lived here for 3 months. And so at this point, the two white elderly ladies go, oh, I can't believe what this checker has done with this woman. And it's totally unacceptable. At which point the manager walks over. So the manager walks over and says, is there a problem here? And then my sister-in-law again responds. She goes, yes, there is a problem here. Here is what happened. So you see, she used her white privilege. And even though Kathleen is half black and half white, she recognizes what that means. And she made the statement. She pointed out the injustice. And she, as a result of that one act, influenced everyone in that space. But what would have happened? I can't know for certain had the black woman said, this is unfair. Why are you doing this to me? Would it have had the same impact? But Kathleen knew that she walked through the world differently than I did. And she used her white privilege to educate and make right a situation that was wrong. That's what you can do every single day.
The man on the face of the $20 bill is the same man who once offered up to 325 times that amount for the return of a runaway enslaved person, including extra bonuses for every 100 lashes inflicted upon that man. He was a master planter who fertilized American soil with Native American bodies and hydrated. The man on the face of the $20 bill is the same man who once offered up to 325 times that amount for the return of a runaway enslaved person, including extra bonuses for every 100 lashes inflicted upon that man. He was a master planter who fertilized American soil with Native American bodies and hydrated southern cotton fields with the blood and sweat of free black labor. Such an icon of white supremacy was he that nearly 200 years after launching the violent displacement of 100,000 non-white bodies, a piece of paper with his face on it was all the authorization they needed to suffocate a man to death while the world watched them do it. Big Floyd was murdered by police outside of a grocery store. See, my uncles also operated grocery stores, liquor stores, mini-marts, and so on. That whole generation followed a pretty simple formula. You put your heads down, make your money, send your kids to good schools. See, what that actually meant was, put your heads down and don't think about why this formula works out for you but doesn't always work out for everyone else. Why you get to own property in this neighborhood but the people who live here can't. Why liquor stores like yours are on every corner but fresh produce and after-school programs are pretty hard to come by. And definitely don't consider a centuries-long history in this nation that includes slavery, legalized segregation, a made-up war on drugs, criminalization of black and brown bodies, immunity for police officers when they commit crimes, and that's just to name a few. So what do? We put our heads down. We turned those Jacksons into Benjamins and those Benjamins into Benzes. We became well-educated, well-to-do, and accommodating. We complied with the status quo that keeps telling us that we're almost there, but just not quite them enough until we shed every last remnant of our heritage, except, of course, for the ones that can be exploited for a diversity initiative or sold for profit. And in the meantime, we got all our music, culture, fashion, sports heroes from a community of people without ever having to reckon with the fact that we have been complicit in the violence against their very existence all along. We kept our heads down, now the joke's on us. We abandoned our homelands and everything we knew to escape poverty, to escape violent conditions, to escape systemic oppression. And this whole time, we remained silent while we watched those very same things happen to a group of people who are just slightly different from ourselves. We no longer have time to keep our heads down. Not now, not ever again. Listen to and learn from black voices. Donate your time and your money to black-led organizations and black causes. Learn and vote in your federal and local elections. And hey, Bollywood, we don't want to hear any of this Black Lives Matter stuff from you unless you're also dealing with the casteism, colorism, sexism, Hindu supremacy, and support of state-sanctioned violence that's running around freely in your own industry right now. Black Lives Matter.
Okay, so you see here, this is America's sinking boat, man. This is sinking. Okay, it's done. And again, this is the good cops versus bad cops, deception. When there's really cops that try to do good, you see they get punished. It's been cops that call out other cops, yeah, what they did, they beat that woman, they beat that brother, they did this, and they're getting fired. So what is the cops' real agenda? Have you not seen the slave patrol badges? Okay? Yeah, the NFAC dude's a Freemason. I had to block one dude, the NFC member. He was a dang agent on Facebook. Yeah, they got these people out here to rile us. They trying to rile you up, Judah. They trying to get you into a fight that you're not gonna win. Like that's one thing Teresa I agree with. We don't have these brothers got billion-dollar military grade weapons that we ain't even seen before. They got them. They'll display them every now and then. If y'all watch any channel where they talk about weaponry, they talk about the military. Man, they got some stuff brothers ain't ready for. They got some stuff Negroes, man. That's why brothers got 2 pistols ready to go out. Ruts must be crazy. So again, with the ballad, our bullet speech from Malcolm X, I just want to say 2 things about this speech is that I don't call names. And I don't believe in calling them a cracker, because a cracker is the same thing as saying master. The reason they call them cracker, they was cracking that whip. So if you feel comfortable calling them cracker, in my mind I'm hearing master. That's what I'm just hearing, because that's where it comes from. That was the name for master. Now Hebrew master means burden, but in their mind, they're thinking master, like you master over me. I don't have no master except Yahshua. You dig what I'm saying? But I will say that they were a burden, but I'm not gonna sit up here and say that, because I'm gonna call them who the Bible says they are. They're Edom. That's who I'm gonna call them. Okay, and their job is to wake up and tell the people the truth. That's what their job is, and cling to the righteous branch. Isaiah 56, Amos 9 and 12. That's what that is, man. So they don't choose to do that. It's only gonna be a remnant anyway. It is what it is. I'm just here again to deliver the bucket of water. Okay. But another thing is that Uncle Tom and Sambo, Uncle Tom wasn't the one that was a coon, Sambo was. They wanted Uncle Tom to whip the slave, and Uncle Tom said no. And they end up beating and whipping and torturing Uncle Tom, and Sambo stepped up and did it. That's why you got the Sambo tap dancers. What a real brother wouldn't do, a field brother wouldn't do, they got a house brother to do. So somebody in the same house as they were closer to the quote unquote master. Okay? So y'all peep game.
Of Texas. They'll lynch you in Texas as quick as they'll lynch you in Mississippi. Only in Texas they lynch you with a Texas accent. In Mississippi they lynch you with a Mississippi accent. And the first thing the cracker does when he comes in power, he takes all the Negro leaders and invites them for coffee. To show that he's all right. And those Uncle Toms can't pass up the coffee. They come away from the coffee table telling you and me that this man is all right. Because he's from the South. And since he's from the South, he can deal with the South. And look at the logic that they're using. What about Eastland? He's from the South. Make him the...
And as I just showed y'all, man, it's all acting. It's all WWE. Okay, so we're going to get into the in-game agenda, section 6. And we're going to get the end of this thing out, man. But this is the in-game agenda. So again, if you don't want to believe what happened to us as far as the Gentiles, again, I'm going to show y'all again it's coming to you. And this is how it's going to go down. I'm going to let your own people tell you.
And they will kill you. Right now in the United States, most chiefs of police and sheriffs and lieutenants and above will go through the FBI Academy. When they go to the FBI Academy, they come back brainwashed or something. When these things start to happen, people are going to start rioting. The EBT cards are going to shut down. Can you imagine what's going to happen in North St. Louis and St. Louis County when the EBT cards go down, when the ATM machines don't work? Walmart's in Illinois or in other places had some problems with that already. Think about that, what's going to happen. When the inner cities start to ignite, People are going to start killing people they don't like. And I'm going to warn the ladies on something. And this always gets me in trouble, but I got to tell you. This domestic violence stuff, every time a man turns around and gets jammed up by his wife on this, you are heading for trouble, ladies. A man can be arrested now for domestic property damage, domestic peace disturbance, domestic destruction of property, so forth and so forth. And so how can you do that in your own house? You can be arrested for domestic trespassing. I've seen people with lines down the middle of the house. Stupid. If you don't like each other that much, just kill each other and get it over with. Problem solved. Get it done. Don't be wasting cops' time. Just shoot each other and get it over with. They be mean. People like me, but on the other side, they're going to kill you. You're going to start seeing people, that person sitting next to you a few years from now will not be sitting there because they're going to be gone. Because somebody like me is going to come in and kill you. For all you wannabes out here who think you're the baddest thing in the world, I got news for you. You're going to meet bad. And incidentally, the states that are going to be attacked are those states passing laws restricting federal government. The 21 states that have filed to secede from the Union, that's the targets. That's where they're coming. If you are deducting tithes from if you are deducting your tithes from your tax, they're coming to your house. That means you're a religious person. The definition of a terrorist is a white male, one who believes in Jesus Christ, one who believes in the Second Amendment, one who believes in the third party. That is the definition of a terrorist. Come on with somebody really odd. Policemen are very cynical. I know I am. I don't trust nobody, and I hate everybody. So I hate y'all too. I hate everybody. I'm into diversity. I kill everybody. I don't care. Yes, that's true. The Army has a policy now. It's called proselytizing. If you are a Christian, you cannot mention Jesus anywhere in the barracks, on military property, have a Bible displayed, or anything like that. That's true. Oh, yes, that's true, yes. People are being court-martialed and separated for that. That's true.
So what happens, because good men like you are all retiring from the military, so what kind of military do you have left then?
Sodomites and females. Because I have to get permission from the Army to do this. I'm theirs. They own me. If you want to go that way, you tell the Marine, well, he's got it. But they are being feminized.
Yeah.
And I'm not picking on women, okay? But they are being destroyed because of females who are not happy with being women. And ladies, I'm going to tell you right now, you better enjoy your femininity. Because the day is going to come when you're just going to want to sit and put smelly good on and just relax. It's not going to happen. The Marine Corps Commandant has always been an infantry soldier. Always. But it's no longer that. Now they got a loghead in there, a logistics guy who don't know crap about combat.
Right.
And he's been doing everything Obama tells him to do. So the good Marines are being pushed. And the Marines are not a large force anyway. Now we got our first female Green Beret, our first female Ranger. Ladies, you're going down the wrong road on this because I used to carry a 90-pound backpack in there. That's all gone. But who you better watch for is the contractors. Folks, I'm going to have to end it. My time is out. Thank you.
Like there, John.
I think we're about to be arrested because we're standing on the sidewalk and you said you wanted...
Move out of the way, sir. Move.
We've been standing here all day.
Let's go.
You said you wanted... Okay. I think we're about to be arrested because we're standing on the sidewalk and you said you wanted...
Move out of the way, sir. Move.
We've been standing here all day.
Let's go. Come on, let's go.
Okay, so that's what's happening here. So people are...
Come on, let's go.
Okay, so that's what's happening here. So people are here...
Let's go.
Okay, so that's what's happening here. So people are here and they're standing on the... You can see what's happening. We've been standing here all day. They told us to come here. I can't move. I'm not going to resist it. We've been standing here all day. They told us to... That's what's happening here. So people are here and they're standing on the...
We are not trying to... Do not burn my city! I support Black Lives Matter! Burn the police station! Burn the police station! Hey, they're gone! Let's go! They're gone! Let's go! Like Where he at? Where he at? He's on there. Nobody. Why he do that? Nobody give a fuck. Why he do that? Why he do that? Ask him that. Why he do that? Get me out of here. Why you do that? What you mean they do that?
Oh, you with the group? We just go out.
Hey, somebody control Yo. What are you doing? What are you doing? We gotta stick together. Yo. Everything you got. Shoot me, nigga. Shoot me, nigga. Bust on me, nigga. For real.
Give me a fucking light! Put pressure on it! Put fucking pressure on it!
Where, dude? Where? Where's the hole?
Wait, where are you here? He's right here in his head! Come on! Put pressure! Put pressure! Put pressure! Check it out! Hey, keep your eyes open! Keep your eyes open! You shot him!
I didn't.
Hey, you're okay. You're okay.
Let me talk to him. Dude, that's not gonna help shit. Keep pressure on this shit.
Yeah, but you gotta keep him alive. Hey, bro. Just talk to me. Beat him up! Hey, you shot him! Oh shit, he shot that guy in the stomach. Oh shit, people are getting shot all around us. People are just getting shot everywhere, guys. Hey, this is firearm.
I don't know if a lot of y'all understand this or not, but come November, there's a war coming. Whoever wins, and it's down to two. We already know this. Third party, they don't even matter. It's down to two. One or the other is going to win. As a certain supporter, we know which one's going to win. Trump 2020. But there's a thing about it. The reason why I say there's a war coming is because if Trump wins, Black Lives Matter and all them other Antifa dumbasses are going to try to start war. We ready. Don't worry. We ready. Us rednecks and stuff, we ready for y'all. But if Biden wins, we coming. And we coming strong.
So you see here, this is the reality of the Purge. This is what the Purge movie wasn't just a movie. This is what they want. It's pre-programming you to already be thinking like that. Okay? And the whole Ruth Ginsburg's and white supremacy, you know, this is just showing how backwards the court system is, you know, and how they differ between blacks and whites. This is what we fight. This is what we're fighting. Okay? And the whole thing is they call her RBG. So that whole RBG movement, when I was researching this is when she died. And one day I would research RBG, trying to get all this information. And the next day I couldn't see nothing but her. But this is what they do. they'll take something that we're doing, a movement that we're doing, and take complete ownership of it. Like BLM, complete ownership of it. We have no ownership. NAACP, we have no ownership. BET, we have no ownership. But when they say this stuff for black people, they point out those type of organizations which we have no ownership in. They own it. Like my coworker asked me, he's like, man, for a Black Lives Matter protest, all these arrests, where's the black people? All I see is white folk being arrested. And I said, yeah, that's not us. That's not us. So, but that's where they're taking it. You see, we've been kneeling since the 60s. Kneeling has never been a way of protest. Kneeling has never represented protest. Okay, it's represented respect. Y'all gotta peep game, man. It goes, the rabbit hole goes deeper. All right. So you see the martial law and police murder. This is what they want. This is what they want. They got people like these agents I showed earlier. Because you might say, well, you know, there's white pastors and stuff that's preaching the wrong thing. I showed y'all them a million times in my Christian Exposed Church 2 video. And I'm showing you this here. Why? Because I'm showing you that they're trying to rile Judah up, and they're using Judah to rile Judah up. You dig what I'm saying? These brothers are setting up. These brothers are going to be performing at the party of Bayard. Y'all dig what I'm saying? Okay? And it's gonna be everything that you could have won, all the fornication, everything that the drugs, you know, whatever you want to do. Drug, you can, anything goes. This is what the Roman Empire is built on. Anything goes. All right. And this is the control op, Antifa, BLM, all. In fact, it's all control opposition. The best way to win the war is to control the opposition. They know this. Okay, and MAGA is the 5th level of Satanism. So all this stuff, it completely goes right back to Satan every time. You know, we've been integrated without inclusion. This is the whole thing. They told us that we could have a seat at the table, but they never gave us a plate. Black people, you gotta realize this, man. Okay, the FBI director of white supremacists, a fear of black messiah and black unity. I need to look this up. This is what they've always said that they fear, and I'm like, they act like it's such a problem when we killing each other, which it is. But they also have people that, agencies against us that make sure that we don't link up. That's why I tell people, like, when they say, you know, agencies against us all, when did they ever make an agency against Indian people, like, I mean the Indians over there in the East? When did they make an agency for the white man? When did they make an agency just specifically for that? A whole agency. They have set up agencies strictly for the detriment of black people, man. We can't, the lies is done. That's the thing. The lies of your forefathers is done. So as Gentiles, you gotta make a decision. Either you're gonna not ride with the lies and embrace the truth, or you're gonna ride with the lies and end up in the blind lead the blind into a ditch. You have a choice. And then you Israelites thinking that you're at the table, yeah. At the table of the congregation of the wicked. It says, come out from her and be ye separate, man. Who you think he was talking about, man? So let's get it. Where are we at? Yeah, and the other thing, cooning for cooch, man, like for you brothers, man. You know, and you sisters that think like that dealing with another nation is gonna somehow stop racism. Like I seen a meme, it was like, you know, have more mixed babies, stop racism. My best friends growing up were of mixed race, which you are what your father is, but they were a mixed race, you know, because their father was black and their mom was something else, or their father was, you know, Mexican and their mom was something else, or the mom was, you know, whatever. They experienced the most racism from both sides. Now, not to say black people can't be racist. I know they say black people can't be. We can't be systematically racist, but we can't take on the ways of racism. You know what I'm saying? We absolutely can, and I've seen it. And it's again taking on the ways of the oppressor. Nothing about that is a good thing. Nothing that to me is going backwards. That's because, like I said, you end up finding your own. I guarantee, if you're black and you call yourself a racist, I guarantee you're not spending all day fighting the system of white supremacy. You're fighting your own people. Then you're fighting white people that actually do not cut for white supremacy, who actually speak out against it. There's some that's just playing a role. Like I look at some of these basketball players with the Black Lives Matter on I don't believe all of them. I think it's trendy now, so they're gonna go for it. But there are some that absolutely are 1,000% against what their forefathers did. And it's important that you don't become a stumbling block to that. Because you let them go and tell the other people, where do you think the ships of Tarshish are going to come from? It's not going to be Israelites. It's going to be Gentiles going to be bringing us back into the land. And bringing us with gold and returning all our gold and stuff like that. This is written in Isaiah 60. It's not going to be all of them. But you don't want to paint them with a broad brush, because you're doing the same thing that they did to us. And mixing and things of that nature that a lot of these sleeping brothers and sisters think is not going to stop it. It's not going to stop. They're not going to say, oh, a black guy's dating a white girl. Well, can't be racist no more. Like, you think that's what's going to happen? No, the white people are going to mess with them. They're going to ask her. They're going to make fun of her and make fun of the dude. And the black people are going to call him a sellout. Okay? That's and when they have children, the children are going to go through it on both sides too. Okay? This is just I'm not trying to say it's right. I'm not trying to vouch for it, but I'm just telling you, I've had my best friends for years were and they talked about racism more than any other friend outside that situation. And that's why I want to put out there, because not those of us that know the system and understand what it is, but that says again that if somebody comes into this walk and they're a couple, two different races, they're keeping the law, or there's somebody walking in this truth who had a parent, two different races, but they're walking in this law, follow the Messiah, supposed to leave them alone. Numbers 12 is a great example of that. Let them be, man. Let them be. All we're supposed to do is watchmen and teachers and speakers and men of Israel, and even some of the sisters, we're, as far as just speaking it, supposed to just speak the truth, man. Speak the truth. Because people are gonna, like he threw that party for Baal. People want to go party and do the wrong thing and chase the flesh and deal with their philosophy of what it is instead of the truth. They're gonna fall to their own destruction anyway. Okay, and I just want to put that out there, because this is why people say, well, why do you see these actors and athletes that date outside their race, but there's so much racism? Because those are token Negroes. And if you notice, their marriages don't usually last. Like I said, you can't be worried about what happens on the stage. It's about how you react to it. All this stuff is a stage. They're looking to get a reaction out of you. They're showing you all this stuff for a reaction. All right? So again here, you see the selection of the POTUS. We have nothing to do with it. Our control has been unplugged. You dig what I'm saying? And the Most High keeps showing you with these politicians, nothing but Beelzebub. Notice in the horror movie that the flies come and fall on people's heads, and when they're doing the exorcism, which is again a pagan tradition. Yeah, because that's who they're dealing with. They flies come, they're dealing with Beelzebub, man. Y'all look it up. They've been planning this, y'all.
Rabbi says he's already holding meetings with the Messiah. This was back on August 3rd, 2020. Right? Says here, a recent interview with Israeli radio again featured prominent rabbis explaining that the Messiah is just about to reveal himself. Rabbi Yaakov Zisholtz on Sunday told religious broadcaster Radio 2000 that Rabbi Chaim Kanievsky recently told him that Kanievsky is already in direct contact with the Messiah. To understand why religious Jews are taking this serious, it's important to know that Rabbi Chaim Kanievsky is considered one of the 2 or 3 top rabbis of the ultra-Orthodox Jewish community in Israel. And he says here, this is actually from Rabbi Zisholtz, the process of redemption is about to start happening very quickly and at a fast pace. It is important that people remain calm and steady and to act properly at the right time, in the right time. There are potential Messiah in every generation, and there are righteous men who know precisely who it is. This, of course, true in this generation. Getting the word out now that the Messiah is closer than ever is a matter of life and death. Haven't you heard, Gog and Magog, that what is going to happen very soon? Right now, the situation is explosive, more than you can possibly imagine. Everyone needs to know whether they are on the inside or if they are going to be left out. All right, now, these things are going on already claiming that they're meeting with their rabbis. Now Israel's going under a lockdown. And, of course, the Times of Israel published about a week ago, officials mulled the Temple Mount closure as the old city declared a COVID-19 red zone. And then we have the article on Haaretz. Israeli health minister's cure for COVID-19 is the Messiah. Interesting, right? The Messiah is the cure. We are praying and hoping that the Messiah will arrive before Passover. Now that, of course, was back during the spring feast. I am sure the Messiah will come and bring us out. God brought us out of Egypt. Soon he will go out in the freedom, and the Messiah will come and redeem us from all the troubles of the world. Remember, the coronavirus is the word for crown.
Nice balance.
So again, this is the satanic Christ idolatry. This is why I'm saying the Gentiles, not just Edom. That's why I'm saying people want to say, oh, well, Edom is Satan. No, he doesn't have a monopoly on it. Judas was called a devil, okay, by the Messiah, and he was a for sure Israelite. So anybody can be called a devil if they're dealing with the devil. Is not race specific, okay? But the meaning of what the Catholic Church have done, how they have oppressed the children of Israel, they fulfill the hatred of Edom that's written in Amos 1 and 11, that's written in Ezekiel 25, Ezekiel 35, Obadiah 1. They fulfilled it and are fulfilling it unto this day through their Christianity, the Inquisitions, the government ownership. They've done it. So when people ask me, well, why are you going on the white Christ so much? Because it's a bigger agenda behind it. They gave you that white Christ so that you would see them as God, so that you wouldn't react and fight back or even see any love for yourself, because you would look at every savior, every picture of quote unquote beauty that they presented to us for since hundreds of years has been pictures of them. People we've honored in history that were us have been whitewashed to look like them, so we will honor them. The next reason why they did that, so that they can get their hands on the Holy Land. The UN spends a third of its time talking about Israel, and people want to tell me that race ain't important. How did they get the land of Israel? Because they showed that they were the people of Israel, erroneously. But because they've done that, they've got the land, and they running it. Between Israel and the US, they're running it. Is this the same two parts of one beast? Okay, so we're gonna get into these last videos and then we're gonna close out.
A treaty of peace, diplomatic relations, and full normalization. They will each sign 3 copies, one in English, Hebrew, and Arabic. We kindly ask that all guests remain seated for the signing of the documents.
Here's the deal. They have been desensitizing us since we were born. And I'll give you some examples. Let's start with the big one. Let's start with words we hear all the time and never even think about. Let's start with the word entertainment. To entertain. What does that mean? To bind or hold. To bind or hold what? An audience's attention. Okay, now let's take the word Hollywood. Where does that come from? Well, Hollywood comes from the holly tree. And the ancient Druids, back in the day, used to take the holly tree, make wands to weave spells, cast spells, or channel spells. And when they needed help, they would consult the magi's or the mediums of the day to help channel their spells to the population. We'll cut to today. What do we have in our houses? We have these black boxes. What are they called? TVs. But if you stop and you say the word television, television. And when you turn on that television, what do you get? What's the first thing that pops up? A list of channels. And when you turn on those channels, what's on those channels? Programming. They are programming you. They've been programming your whole life. You don't even know it. They do it with your music. They do it with your TV. They do it with your movies. They do it with your games. They have been programming us and programming you since you were little, and you don't even know it because you don't even question it.
Starting in 1900, we entered a previously unimaginable time of modern technology. Advances that allowed the rulers of this world to construct and direct our stories in ways we previously never imagined. As a result, new techniques to control the population were realized. These are the people from the companies that we have trusted to deliver us our news and tell our stories. This has always been about controlling what we as the population think and hear. They help create our culture and influence our society. We as citizens only trust them because as a society, we think that the gatekeepers have our best interest in mind.
The dangerous, edges here are that he's trying to undermine the media, trying to make up his own facts, and it could be that while unemployment and the economy worsens, he could have undermined the messaging so much that he can actually control exactly what people think, and that is our job. That is our job. That is our job.
As I was researching, I found that most of the early communication companies were developed for shipping or aviation. And a lot of the men that started these companies were commissioned by the military during World War I and World War II. Many of these men worked for the Army and Navy intelligence services along with the OSS, which we know became the CIA. There were many examples of these men becoming the heads or founders of some of the biggest motion picture and media companies before and after their government or military service. I wanted to know how many of the media companies in today's world connected back to Washington. So I started looking. It was like a family tree. The connections between our government personnel and the media corporations was unbelievable. Google, Amazon, Netflix, Twitter, CNN, ABC. So what would happen if all these companies had the same political ideology or agenda? We as this population like to hear people confirm our confirmation biases. We like to hear people tell us that we're right. We don't like to be wrong. And we believe that the people on the media and the people that we're listening to have our best interests in mind. The problem is what if they don't? So if you stop and think about it, they can place any agenda on the population that they choose.
I think that Hollywood is teaching bad morals to the youth of this country, as well as adults. Desensitizing of violence to the masses. You can't deny that. My kids have seen so many people get killed in very violent ways.
3 times as much gun violence now.
And the sex that's in PG-13 movies.
Why?
Every Disney movie, there's a major character, usually a parent, that gets killed. trauma to the child. Why? It's so horrible. What a bad story. Why do you need to start a story with a parent dying? Always. It's so sad.
Under MK Ultra, they experimented on children. We were even taught this in psychophysiology program that if you get to a child between ages 1 and 6 or 1 or 8, especially with sexual abuse or sexual trauma, you will split their personality and they will be imprinted the rest of their life. And many times that results in split personalities and dissociative behavior and other things.
These occult topics are being introduced to our kids, and most parents aren't even aware of it. So the biggest surge with this occult type material took place in the late 60s and the early 70s with movies like The Exorcist, Amityville Horror, The Texas Chainsaw Massacre, Halloween, and Roman Polanski's Rosemary's Baby. And coincidentally, this same time period, it parallels the rise of the Church of Satan in Los Angeles, and it was founded by a guy named Anton LaVey.
So it is done.
When I was a police officer, we had cases of satanic cults right in Arlington, Virginia. Those have been around for decades. They're in the high schools, they're in the colleges, they're in the government, and they're in Hollywood.
I got to meet people like Sammy Davis and that kind of shit. Sammy told me he worshiped the devil. Sammy was like, Satan is as powerful as God. And I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? He says, why do you think there's so much anger in the world and killing and murder and Satan? And he saw my reaction to it, and he kind of lightened up on it. And he was like, the Dantana is dark, and it's the candles on the table, and Sammy's face over the candle. Satan is as powerful as God.
From our point of view, it really makes no difference whether you pray to a father god or to a mother goddess or to an entire gaggle of gods and goddesses.
Michael Aquino was a high-level officer in the National Security Agency. He was and is, you'll see him today, a practicing Satanist. He created the Satanic Temple of Set, which he still runs. He was a high-level NSA officer. He's a member of the association I used to be in, the Association of Former Intelligence Officers, AFIO. He's a member of that. He's plugged in big time to the intelligence community, and he wrote a paper called Mind War. And Mind War was about psychological operations against populations, including the domestic population, using Satanist techniques and tools.
Aquino was first involved in MK Ultra operations during the Vietnam War as part of the Phoenix program.
No, first I've been involved in intelligence and psychological operations for about 40 years in all levels of it and across the intelligence community.
You are a lieutenant colonel in the United States Army.
Correct.
Now, and how does the Army feel about you being head of the Temple of Set?
The Army has known about my religion for the entire span of my Army career, which began in 1968. The Army has paid very little attention to it, the same as it would to anybody who is, say, a follower of Hinduism or of Buddhism or any other slightly unusual religion today.
He was occupied a position at the Presidio, which was a training facility for the U.S. government, and it was uncovered that he was running a pedophile ring. I think 50 kids came out and fingered him as the guy that had done sexual acts on them as children. It went to trial. He walked from the trial successfully because he had a good attorney, despite the fact that there were multiple witnesses that said Aquino, through satanic rituals, had abused them as children. There's no question that he's a practicing Satanist. Just watch any one of his interviews.
On this altar is one of a number of daggers, which we may use in our rituals. This one happened to belong to the commanding general of the most elite unit of Germany's infamous SS, which was concerned with black magic and occultism research in general. Anything that it could find that had to do with the origins of the human race, destiny of humanity.
The perverted view of the occult held by Heinrich Himmler was of an evil magic that could help create a new master race. Wewelsburg Castle is where he performed his ceremonies.
I have been to the Wewelsburg, which still preserves Heinrich Himmler's ritual chambers to this day, and have conducted a black magical ritual in the so-called Hall of the Dead beneath the Wewelsburg. This particular dagger is inscribed to our comrade in the Leibstandarte Theodor Wisch, Brigadeführer, a major general in the Waffen-SS. And on its blade, it bears the inscription, Mein Ehre heißt Treu, or my honor shall be known by my faithfulness.
Aquino's thesis stated that enemy populations could be subdued by inflicting a state of psychological terror and feelings of imminent destruction. He discusses the use of psychotronic weapons and electromagnetic weapons that influence the mind. By extremely low-frequency signals, piggybacked on broadcasts of radio, TV, or microwave communications in order to influence and manipulate the thoughts and feelings of the target population. These ongoing MKUltra operations are functioning as a counterinsurgency and infiltration operation aimed at destabilizing the United States and other industrialized nations.
I give the CIA a total credit for sponsoring and initiating the entire consciousness movement, counterculture events of the 1960s.
History will judge the role of the CIA and other intelligence agencies in unwittingly contributing to the counterculture of the 60s through their intense interest in LSD and other hallucinogenics. But for the moment at least, the argument can be made that the CIA helped usher in the age of Aquarius.
Laurel Canyon was the epitome of the summer of love. I mean, we saw the possibility of the way we could live.
It's odd because in Laurel Canyon, so many of the soon-to-be stars there, their parents were in either the military-industrial complex or intelligence or the Pentagon. In Frank Zappa's case, his dad was working at Edgewood Arsenal, where they were doing biochem studies, psychotropic, and exposing U.S. troops to VX nerve gas and other things. The family kept gas masks in their house. He grew up with that in case there was an accident. And Edgewood Arsenal was doing this very similar, related MKUltra projects on U.S. troops. The Gulf of Tonkin is another prime example. The commander of the Gulf Fleet in the Gulf of Tonkin, his son was Jim Morrison. They claimed the USS Maddox was attacked by Vietnamese vessels. It was never attacked. As a matter of fact, they put ghost ships on the radar to make it look like they were Vietnamese ships. The Maddox was never attacked. It was an actual, literal false flag to enable the U.S. to declare war on Vietnam. So Jim Morrison's dad was involved in the false flag of the Gulf of Tonkin.
After talking to Kevin, I started looking into Laurel Canyon. I drove down Laurel Canyon to Hollywood almost daily when I first moved out there, and I never knew that there was an old Air Force base called Lookout Mountain U.S. Air Force Base at the top of Laurel Canyon. And what's funny is, if you do the history of it, it's owned today by a guy named Jared Leto.
Another tactic developed out of the MKUltra project was the use of compromise and control via honeypots.
The decision was made to do testing on unwitting victims. It was decided they should be on the fringes of society because they were most vulnerable.
We did quite a study of prostitutes and their behavior. How do you take a woman who is willing to use her body to get money out of a guy to get him to talk about things which are much more important, like state secrets? We learned a lot about human nature in the bedroom. We started to pick up knowledge that could be used in operations.
There would be victims in all of this. As one agency memo says, we have no answer to the moral question.
That's one of the CIA's favorite tactic, are honeypots. And I work with CIA psychologists, and they're dirty.
I always felt that every house should have its own secret panel.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I see. You lift this up.
Mm-hmm. This is a trap door. Opens up and looks into the cave, or what time is called the Wu Grotto. boy.
They're running blackmail operations where they're getting very well-known government and private industry elite people in compromising positions at the Playboy Mansion, on Epstein's plane, on Orgy Island, and they're photographing them. And after that, it's like Congressman so-and-so or CEO so-and-so. I wouldn't bring that up if I was you, because we got photographs of you with a 14-year-old girl on Epstein's plane, for example. And you talk about shutting somebody up permanently, that's how they do it.
What happens in the grotto stays in the grotto.
Okay.
Look, it's pretty simple if you think about it. To control the population, you have to control the people messaging the population. Some of these stars have 20, 30 million followers. That's more followers than CNN, Fox, ABC, NBC. These people have to be controlled. They can't just go off a message and start saying whatever they want to say. They have to be somewhat reined in. They have to be controlled, or they do not get the platform to have the voice that they have.
Forget the politicians. The politicians are put there to give you the idea that you have freedom of choice. You don't. You have no choice. You have owners. They own you. They own everything. They own all the important land. They own and control the corporations. They've long since bought and paid for the Senate, the Congress, the state houses, the city halls. They got the judges in their back pockets. And they own all the big media companies, so they control just about all of the news and information you get to hear. They got you by the balls. It's a big club, and you ain't in it. You and I are not in the big club. By the way, it's the same big club they use to beat you over the head with all day long when they tell you what to believe. All day long, beating you over the head in their media, telling you what to believe, what to think, and what to buy. The table is tilted, folks. The game is rigged. And nobody seems to notice. Nobody seems to care. Good, honest, hard-working people, white collar, blue collar, doesn't matter what color shirt you have on. Good, honest, hard-working people continue. These are people of modest means. Continue to elect these rich about them. They don't care about you at all, at all, at all. Man, you know? And nobody seems to notice, nobody seems to care. That's what the owners count on, the fact that Americans will probably remain willfully ignorant because the owners of this country know the truth. It's called the American dream because you have to be asleep.
So as y'all see, family, I just showed y'all that this is what it is. This is what it's coming down to. This is what they trying to do. And it's like at this point, you're either gonna ride with the facts, you're gonna deal with the facts, or you're gonna deal with Baal's party. And Baal's party has a fire ending. No pun intended, because the fire is liquid. You dig what I'm saying? So if you want to enjoy this party, this is what's on the menu. I just gave you the menu. I just gave you the menu. The Most High separating the wheat from the tares. Do y'all see this? Do y'all see this prophecy being fulfilled? Those seeds that was planted on soil, but the cares of the world strangled it. The weeds that grew up around it are the ones that was planted in good soil and brought forth plentiful. Choose getting that good soil, man. That word, man. Getting that good earth, man. You dig what I'm talking about? Or party with Baal. He said before you life or death, man. So with that being said, about to get up off of here. All praises to the Most High, Bashim Yashiyah, Kodash Wakamawa. All praises to the I am that I am. In the name of the Savior Yasha, my Savior Yeshua, the Holy Spirit, which is wisdom, Kokamawa. I wish you all blessings and shalom.
They are black unto the ground, and the cry of Jerusalem is gone up.
Jeremiah 14:2.
They be like AP, drop a theme song. Got a chip on my shoulder you can lean on. Still going 8 mode, nigga King Kong. Not a ringtone, it's a recon. Terminated on my back, pray I took 6. Back then my only dream was being hood rich. Talking all about a dollar like Bushwick. Never trust a big butt, all crooks green. Go hard, boys can't see me. Guess they don't believe fat meat greasy. I know y'all should pass on that Jesus. All praise to the black Elohim. Go hard, boys can't see me. Guess they don't believe fat meat greasy. I know y'all should pass on that Jesus. All praise to the black Elohim. Either tell them tales or you fact speaking. Most these niggas mind gone like last weekend. G-Code, we going back eastward. All praise to the black Elohim. Look quick, the hater sauce in the dog test. Ain't far-fetched, no long stretch. Told them 2 years ago on that bomb threat. Still keep a firearm in the armrest. Let that truth music bang, put it in your face. Still the day law, love to run a nigga plates. Even in a different lane on the interstate. In the days about to own all real estate. Burned down the whole temple and our landmarks. Bro, the whole city hot like black tar. 1960s on the 5 million man march. Ain't wanna see us ride on a nigga NASCAR. All that gat talk, get a crack job. Speaking on this kingdom money, this a cash bar. Running each and every rap, I'm a track star. Never buy no wolf tickets, no fat farm. Go hard, boys can't see me. Guess they don't believe that meat greasy. I know y'all.